to the faith and who believe that there is a certain version of the Ramayana. I myself come from the Hindu faith. Whether I'm a practitioner or not is a different matter, but I know what the dominant version is, and the dominant version is the version where Ram is married to Sita. Ram is the ideal king. Well, there may be a few flaws here and there, which the Kampan Ramayana, for example, indicates. In some places, he's known more as a king, but largely he's worshipped as a deity, as one of the avatars of Vishnu, right? And then you have his loyal aide, shall we say, Hanuman. There's an interesting question. Why is the person who's most loyal to him depicted in the form of a monkey, right? Why not in the form of a human? And it may be partly because the suggestion is that if a monkey is capable of such levels of devotion, imagine how much more devoted a human being could be, possibly, right? Because, of course, what distinguishes a human being from animals is the faculty of reason, right? The faculty to distinguish between good and evil, between bad and wrong, and so forth and so on. That's what distinguishes human beings from animals, right? And so if you look at the Bhagavad Gita, which we're going to be covering either today or on Wednesday, the first line of the Bhagavad Gita is Dharma Kshetre Kurukshetre, which is on the land of Dharma, on the land of the Kurus. The Kurus are the Kauravas. For those who've read the Mahabharata, you know who they are. You've got the Kauravas and the Pandavas, right? But why is it on the land of Dharma? Because the author is already signifying that he is speaking to human beings, and he's speaking about a realm, Dharma, on the land of Dharma. And you've encountered this word already now. I've spoken about it in several lectures, right? Law, morality, conduct, and large parts of the Ramayana and large parts of the Mahabharata are about the nature of Dharma. Okay, so now what I'm suggesting to you is this, that if you look at the character of Hanuman, for example, right, there's an interesting set of questions to be asked. Why is it that, as I said, he is the ultimate paragon, the ultimate exemplar of devotion? In fact, there is a very famous representation, visual representation, and you'll see some of these on Wednesday when I show you some slides of how the stories of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata have been displayed in Indian culture, right? What are the kinds of visual representations? Has the visual representation of Ram changed, for example, over a long period of time? So there's one very famous visual representation of Hanuman where he bears open his chest, and when he bears open his chest, you see Ram and Sita inscribed in it. Okay? Yes.
Using the characters
Any tradition of doing what? Sorry?
of naming people.
Naming people. How do you mean naming people?
Those names that are coming.
Are people named after? Ram. Yeah, there are probably 1 million Rams in India. Probably 1 million. Yeah, I probably in my circle can think of. Nowadays it's not common. And Sita, very common. There was a Hindi film called Sita or Geeta. Sita and Geeta. It's but usually people do not take the name of Hanuman. That's not that common, but it's not unusual. But Ram, Sita, Krishna, very common. Very, very common. Yeah. Yeah. That might be another way, by the way, of, perhaps saying that there is a continuum. Remember that I was speaking about the continuum between the asuras, the demons, the demigods, the gods, humans, right? But of course, one reason why perhaps the character who is the most loyal and devoted to Ram is Hanuman is because human beings have an ego which prevents them from giving themselves completely unto another person. When you give yourself completely to another person, you expect to be reciprocated. Right? You expect some kind of reciprocation. Even perhaps a mother's love for her infant, even she perhaps, if she, you might say that love is unconditional, but I doubt that, frankly, because if the baby never smiled at the mother, for a year, I think the mother might begin to think that, well, is the baby really deserving of my love all the time? Right? Okay? But here the love is absolutely unconditional, and maybe that's why the exemplar of this devotion is Hanuman, because human beings have an ego, ahankara, as they say, okay, in Sanskrit. But now I'm saying to you, let's go back to the first point before we get into some more detail of the story. That the Ram Katha is a story, and then there are many tellings of it, and some are controversial. Why are they controversial? Because in some versions of the Ramayana, Ravan is the hero. Ravan is a hero. I mean, after all, look at it this way, that he takes Sita into captivity, and she spends years with him in captivity, right? And he doesn't violate her sexually. Now, he may want to, and there is a curse, that there is a curse that if he should try to violate her sexually, he's going to be burnt to ashes. So you might say, well, he's sort of pragmatic about it, right? Right? But on the other hand, what's the point of holding her in captivity, right? If you're going to violate her, right? What's the point of it then? Right? So Ravan is a person who has enormous powers of devotion himself. He's a follower of Shiva. You remember I mentioned to you that one way to read the Ramayana is to read it within the history of sectarianism. That Ravan is a devotee of Shiva, and Ram is an avatar of Vishnu. And there's a clash over there. That's one way to read it. And I'm not saying that that's the dominant way to read it, or necessarily the most desirable way to read it, but I'm just giving you an illustration of some of the kinds of complexities that come about. But in all the versions of the Ramayana, we do know that Ravan, even though he's the demon, and ultimately he's going to be annihilated by Ram, that he is shown in some respects in glowing terms. Now, in some places in India, Ravan is celebrated, not Ram. There are other versions where Sita is cast as the sibling of Ram, not as a wife of Ram, as a spouse of Ram. And this, so the Hindu nationalists become very agitated. It's so agitated, let me give you an illustration, that last year at the University of Delhi, there is an essay by a man whose name I've mentioned to you in my previous lecture, one of the great 20th century interpreters of Indian literature, Ramanujan, A.K. Ramanujan, the man who wrote this Poems of Love and War, right? Now, or translations of old Tamil poems. Now, A.K. Ramanujan wrote an essay which is about the 300 different Ramayans in India. And he shows you the variations that you find. And some of the Hindu nationalists got so agitated that they demanded, this actually incident goes back to 4 years ago, when they demanded that this article be removed from the syllabus because it was being taught. And they went to the history department where it was being taught, and they smashed the doors and windows, okay, locked up the department, and physically beat up a couple of the faculty. Now, last year, what the university did is what all such organizations do when they want to deflect such thing, right? This is what they do in America too. You appoint a committee of inquiry. When you appoint a committee, you know that nothing's going to happen. It's going to just, put it in cold storage for some years and hope it gets buried away. So they appointed a committee, and the committee took several years, and then they finally came out with a recommendation saying that the essay ought to be, in fact, actually banned. Okay? The history department unanimously voted to oppose that. They wanted to teach the essay, as indeed it should be taught. I'm giving it to you in a capsule form. Now, these things are very controversial. Right? But why should they be? Because we need to understand the nature of that civilization, that there are many different interpretations, and all of these are equally a legitimate part of the history, the literary, cultural history of the country. Okay? Now, secondly, before I move into the text, I want to reinforce something I said again, because remember that I had concluded my remarks with the discussion of the Ram Janamsthan Babri Masjid episode. Right? Remember this mosque that was destroyed, and why was it destroyed? By Hindu nationalists and their political patrons, because such acts are not possible without political patronage. I mean, you've got the police standing by, you've got the state standing by, you've got the Supreme Court order saying that you cannot touch this disputed structure as it came to be known in official language, and yet tens of thousands of people gather there and physically dismantle this whole structure. That's only possible when you have political patronage. Right? Now, these Hindu nationalists had argued that this was the exact spot at which Ram was born. The exact spot. And that there used to be a temple dedicated to him. And this temple was destroyed and then a mosque was built. Now, in abstract, it is possible to believe, because that's the nature of the politics of conquest. In the abstract, it is possible to believe that there may have been temples that were destroyed when the Muslims came to India. That's quite likely. We should accept that. Whether there was a particular temple here is a different matter. And then it's also a different matter. Why is it that everybody started becoming interested in showing that Ram is a historical deity, much in the way in which Jesus is a historical person, or Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, is a historical person? So there's a kind of anxiety that developed among Hindus that our deities are not historical deities. You know, they're all sort of shrouded in myth. And as I mentioned to you, myth is a word that has now acquired almost entirely pejorative connotations in the English language. And to reinforce this point, that what is at the heart of the problem here is the tendency to want to historicize, okay, Hinduism, historicize our deities. I want to turn your attention for a second to what I've written over there, the two Krishnas that you find in the Indian tradition. And again, to liven this up a little bit, on Wednesday, I'll show you some slides of both of these Krishnas. Okay? So what are these two Krishnas? And why does this matter become so important of who the two Krishnas are? Turn your mind for a moment to the late 19th century. Second half of the 19th century, British rule has been firmly established in India for well over 100 years. And Indian nationalism is now slowly coming to the fore. Indian nationalists are beginning to ponder over a question. And that question was, why is it that we as a people have always been enslaved by foreigners? We're now under British rule. We've been under British rule for over 100 years. Before this, we were under Muslim rule. Whether Muslims ought to be viewed as foreigners or not, considering that they've been in India for, at this point, 800-900 years, is a different matter. Let's just provisionally go along with that argument, right? Hypothetically, that yes, let's assume that they were foreigners for a second. So this is a question that begins to animate the mind of Indian nationalists. They're wondering, why are we always enslaved? Now, an Indian writer by the name of Bankim Chandra Chatterjee is going to come along. And again, he is an illustration. He's not the only one here who's making this kind of argument, but he is, I think, the best illustration of the kind of argument that I'm suggesting here. So he comes along and he says the problem with Indians and with Hindus in particular, because he's concerned here so there's an illusion here. Indians and Hindus become kind of synonymous. Why are we Indians means why are we Hindus? Right? Who from his standpoint and from the standpoint of many had come to define the essential features of Indian civilization. Right? Yeah? Going back to the time of the Aryans, right? And then for 3 millennia after that. So for him, the answer is simple, that number one, we Hindus are too much into spiritual devotion. We don't pay enough attention to the material world. Okay? We don't have a proper religion, frankly. What is a proper religion? A proper religion, now he's not going to say it in so many words, but in effect, that's what it's going to mean. A proper religion is a Semitic religion, because it needs to have a historical founder. We need to have one book that all practitioners of the faith believe in. The problem with Hindus is they've got millions of gods and goddesses, right? They've got thousands of holy books, and there's no agreement on which is the book which is to be read by everybody and which is authoritative for everybody. No agreement whatsoever, right? They don't have a single place. I mean, Islam has its Mecca and Medina, but Hinduism has got hundreds of places of pilgrimage. I mean, in fact, one way to think about India, by the way, just as a little footnote, if somebody said, how do you define India? Well, India is a land of pilgrimages. That's one definition of India. I mean, there are untold number of religious pilgrimages that you can take in India, because the sacred geography is such that no matter where you go, every 2 kilometers that you go, there's some spot that is sacred. Either Ram came here and had a drink of water, or Sita came, or Krishna came, or Hanuman came, right? And 14 years of exile is a long period of time. You're wandering all over the land. I mean, literally. I mean, you just go into the Himalayan area, and every kilometer there's a place where the locals will tell you Ram and Sita came here, or Hanuman came here, and it becomes part of the sacred geography. There are thousands of places of pilgrimage. Of course, some are more important than others. No question about that. I'm not saying that there isn't a hierarchy. But you see, it's a religion from his standpoint, not from my standpoint. I hope you understand that. I'm not telling you what my reading is. That from his standpoint, it's a religion of utter confusion, right? Multiplicity. And you find that even in a single God can be known by 1,000 names. That's true. One God can be known by 1,000 names. And then they might have myriad forms, right? I mean, so it's extraordinarily diverse, complex. It's like what I call the World Wide Web, with millions of nodal points and thousands of websites, millions of websites. I mean, the World Wide Web is anticipated in the nodal configurations of Hinduism. Right? Now Bankim Chandra Chatterjee comes along and he says, all right, let's look at our God called Krishna. Remember, he's the other great avatar of Vishnu. Right? Now, there is a tradition of Krishna, who's a god. And mind you, we're not speaking about a minor god. I mean, Krishna and Ram and Shiva are the major deities. So there's one little irony here, that Ram and Krishna are the avatars. They're the incarnations of Vishnu, but actually their worship is greater in some ways than the worship of Vishnu himself in some ways, even though they derive from him in a way. Okay? Now, he says, let's look at the god Krishna. If you read a book called the Bhagavatam, all right, it is also known as the Bhagavata Purana. Okay, so sorry. It's also known as a Bhagavata Purana. Remember, I was talking to you about the Puranas, right? So this is one of the many Puranas. And this is a Vaishnava Purana, and it's a Vaishnava Purana because it elevates the god Vishnu and his incarnations. Now, book 10 of the Bhagavatam, also known as the Bhagavata Purana, is a life of the god Krishna. But it's not the kind of life that you think you're going to get. I mean, it doesn't tell you that he was born in, Vrindavan, in this house, lane number 28, house number 14, in 2822 BC or whatever. No. What it basically describes is a mythic world. In this mythic world, okay, what are the kinds of activities that the god Krishna is engaged in? One of the activities he's engaged in as a little child is the theft of butter. So he's called Makhan Chor. For those of you who know Hindu, you immediately recognize Makhan Chor is the person who steals butter. That's one of the many ways by which he's known, because as a young infant, as a young boy, Krishna loves butter. Right? And his mother is constantly hiding the butter everywhere, but no matter where it is. So if she puts it up on a shelf, he'll stand on a stool, he'll get a stick, right? Now, this is how God spends his time. The other way he spends his time is running around after women, literally. Okay? I mean, he's engaged in what's called Krishna Leela, right? And there are these women, they're called gopis. And if you look at paintings of the gopis. So gopis are the cowherdesses, because Krishna is actually a cowherd. He brings the cows back home. He takes them out grazing, and then he brings them back home. This is the absolute
worst fucking lecture I've ever heard. God. UCLA,
you consider some of these.
You deserve better than that. That is just some fucking dude's opinion, and doesn't really talk. I haven't heard him talk that much about fucking real years and shit. A little bit, but not like crazy, Kyle. I want that, like the other fucking dude who's just like, dude, we're gonna talk about China for the next 50 fucking hours. So get ready. There we go. Here we go. Complete through animation. Yeah, motherfucker. Some Indian out there's got to have this shit together. Fuck yeah.
Study
Better than
IQ
that,
IAS.
motherfucker. Get your
अब
shit
तैयारी
together.
हुई
Get
अफोर्डेबल।
your Indian asses in
वेलकम
here
टू स्टडी
right now.
IQ।
We're
मेरा नाम
watching
है
fucking
आदेश सिंह। दोस्तों, आज हम मॉडर्न इंडियन हिस्ट्री की मैराथन वीडियो
Are
शुरू
you
करने जा
fucking
रहे हैं,
serious? This isn't
जिसमें
English?
इंटायर मॉडर्न इंडियन हिस्ट्री के जीएस सिलेबस को
Oh
कवर किया
shit,
जाएगा।
even worse it is.
ये वीडियो 3 पार्ट्स में डिवाइडेड है। सबसे पहले पार्ट ए में हम मेन स्ट्रीम इंडियन फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल को कवर करेंगे। उसके बाद पार्ट बी में ब्रिटिश गवर्नेंस सिस्टम को डिटेल में जानेंगे और पार्ट सी में मेन स्ट्रीम फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल के साथ चलती कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट पैरेलल मूवमेंट्स की बात करेंगे। तो आइए शुरू करते हैं यानी इंडियन फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल से। एडवेंट ऑफ यूरोपियंस इन इंडिया। दोस्तों, ये तो हम सभी जानते हैं कि ब्रिटिशर्स एक ट्रेडिंग कंपनी की तरह इंडिया आते हैं और अल्टीमेटली एक पॉलिटिकल पावर बनकर अपना एम्पायर
I was
एस्टैब्लिश
so
करते हैं।
fucking excited,
लेकिन
and then
ब्रिटिशर्स
everyone
के
was like,
अलावा और
"Oh,
भी कुछ
dog,
यूरोपियन
you don't
कंपनीज
fucking
ट्रेड
speak
करने के लिए
Hindi?
इंडिया
Well,
आती
why
हैं।
don't you get the fuck
उनके
out
बारे
of
में
here?"
बात
And I
करने
was
से
like,
पहले
"Oh,
हम
dog,
ये
are
जानेंगे
you
कि ऐसी
fucking
क्या
serious?
कंडीशंस थी
Are
कि
you fucking
यूरोपियन
serious?
कंपनीज ने इंडिया
Fuck
का
no, I
रुख
don't
किया।
speak Hindi. I rock out with my cock out though, baby." All right, here we go. History and culture of India. How about don't suck cock? Number one, step one, don't suck cock. Step two, talk about the fucking people. I don't give a shit about fake gods. Give me some real shit, dog. History and culture of India. No, I want like, yo, dog, this shit started like a long time ago. We don't know. But then like we'll start the story 10,000 years ago and then boom, get through that fucking the British. I want people on elephants. There should be a Raj, all that shit. Somebody's got to put that bitch together. Not this guy. This guy sucks. History of India. Dude, the story of India by the BBC, that sucks. The Chinese one was amazing. This Indian one sucks. Indian history. Dog, you know that's not English. This shit sucks. History of India, dog. Modern history. Dog, don't give me this bullshit. Ancient history. Okay, let's try this. All right, kids. We've got ancient Indian history. If this shit sucks, I'm going to be pissed. Dog, don't suck. Fuck that.
Hi everyone,
What
welcome
up,
to
bro?
Patka classes. আশা কৰো সকলো কুশলে
Are you
আছা।
fucking
আমি এটা নতুন
serious?
ভিডিও
This
সিৰিজ
shit
আৰম্ভ
isn't
কৰিম
English
য'ত আমি
either?
ডিসকাস কৰিম about
What the
Indian
fuck?
history.
Dog,
Already
you
মই
know
আমাৰ
there are some
চেনেলত অসম
motherfuckers who
হিষ্ট্ৰী,
speak
অসম
English who want to
জিঅ'গ্ৰাফী
know
আৰু
about your
অসম
fucking
লিটাৰেচাৰ
country.
গোটেইখিনি পঢ়াই থৈছো আৰু তাত তোমালোকৰ একচুৱেলি
Oh,
ইমান
dog.
এনকাৰেজিং কমেন্টছ
No
বোৰৰ
one
কাৰণে I'm
knows
really
this.
thankful to all of
Lady, calm the fuck down. Medieval Indian history? Dog, don't they have a fucking thing that says just show me shit in English? Why doesn't it say that? Why isn't there a button that's just like, dude, I don't want anything that's not English right now. Oh, okay. Well, here's a bunch of fucking languages you've never heard of. Oh, no, it's not that version of Hindi. It's a different version of Hindi. What in the fuck? Give me something good here. How about this guy? No, this is the same shitbag from UCLA. That guy sucks. Indian culture. Modern Indian history. This shit sucks. Introductory class. Dog. All this shit is just really, really, really bad. Somebody put together a good fucking history of India. No, I want the whole fucking thing, dog. This shit sucks. You're the most populous country. You have the most shitty videos. Actually, Indian videos are pretty sick. No, they're fucking really, really good. But this guy sucks. Hey guys, this is the history of India class, so I'm gonna literally just tell you about mythology. No, I want fucking real shit. Like, oh, this motherfucker was like elephant, and then they had some horses, and then there was like a guy who was like, "Oh, dog, I think I'm better than everybody," and they were like, "Dude, this guy sucks," but then they made him the king. All right, modern history of India. This shit sucks. Ancient Indian history. Nope. If I see that fucking Sanskrit, I know it's Sanskrit now though. Okay, the story of India. Literally the worst BBC documentary of all time. History of Indian civilization. Hey, Professor Vinay Lal, you suck dick. Next, extra history. Conquest of India. I'm telling them, baby. I'm cleaning up the internet. Dog, the Chinese lecture series was phenomenal. The Indian one is absolute dog shit, and I don't understand it. This shit should all be beautiful. India, you have more people than any person on any fucking country. You have more people. Shit happens, man. Dog. Complete Indian history through animation by Adesh Singh. Yo, dog. Adesh Singh. Please make this in English. It looks amazing. I know that you might not see this now, but you might see it in the future. And your shit, Complete India History, looked great. You put a lot of work into it. And then you were like, guess what, guys? Let's make it so that not that many people can understand it. And I understand. Very few people are like, oh, what English speaker wants to learn the history of India? I do. Come on, baby. How about this one? Exactly. Caspian Sea wants to know it. But this BBC... Oh, he's terrible. I expected him to be decent, and he was terrible. He doesn't talk about history. He literally just talks about mythology, and I understand, but you can get fucking worked up in Hinduism, and that's not what this is about. I want to know about the people. Modern history. No, dog. I want to know ancient, complete course. All right, kids, what are the odds that this shit is in English? Scale 1 to 10 it. We're at a 5 right now.
Hello everyone.
What up,
Welcome
baby?
to UPSC Digital
Hell
Library.
yeah, dog. Give me some
Welcome to
fucking
the
real
complete
serious
course on
Indian dude.
ancient Indian history.
Hell yeah. Look it up. Look it up, son.
स्वागत है आप सभी का एंशियंट इंडियन हिस्ट्री के कंप्लीट कोर्स में.
Fuck you,
This is an introduction class, and today we will try to look at what is actually the syllabus of ancient Indian history. We will try to see what should be our right strategy for ancient Indian history. We will also try to see what should be the book list for ancient Indian history, and we will also have a look at our monthly plan for the month of August. So let's begin this class.
Let's roll, baby.
The first thing which is very, very important is I have seen most of the students, they fast forward and watch the video. Please do not do these kind of binge video
I was just gonna do
watching.
that. I was
The biggest
just gonna
reason is that you may miss out on something important. So please watch this video completely so that you listen to each and every point and you do not miss out on any important information that might be relevant to your subject. Second thing is, we will also understand what is the syllabus. We will also understand what is the book list in this video.
Dog,
Now,
we're not,
apart from that,
doing a
I will
syllabus
also
on
tell
book
you
list.
and I will also
But
suggest
just
you
said don't
that
fucking
once
do
we
it.
are
I'm
done
not
with
gonna
one
fucking
chapter,
do it. Just
please read the corresponding chapter from the book. Do not worry about the book. I will share the resources, whatever is required, be it notes, be it books, be it PDFs and whatnot in our Telegram channel. Please watch the classes regularly. Do not pile up the videos and the subjects, because in the end what will happen is it will become a crash course wherein within a fortnight you will have to finish the entire subject, and at the end of the day you will not be able to retain anything for the examination. Now, once the course is completed, obviously we will be having a few tests. Now we will have tests both as per prelims point of view as well as mains point of view. So I strongly recommend that none of you miss those tests. If in case if you face any doubt, so I request that you can please watch the video again, or at least you
Yo,
can
kid,
read the
we're not
book
taking this
which
for
I
a
will be
fucking grade.
providing
Let's
to you.
get to the fucking
If you will
shit.
still have a doubt, you can ping me personally on Telegram.
Dog,
I request all of you to join our
dog,
Facebook page,
dog,
connect with
dog,
me on
dog.
Instagram,
I
and
understand that you
obviously
are
join our Telegram
doing
channel
this
so that
for
you
people
get
who are getting a
our
grade,
regular
but
updates.
like we're just enjoying this. And I don't give
Hello
a shit
everyone,
about the
welcome
amount of
to
credits I'm gonna
UPSC
get
Digital
in some
Library.
fake fucking college.
Finally, the wait is over, and I welcome you all to the complete course on ancient Indian history.
Here we go, chapter
I
1.
hope you all must have watched the introduction class
We watched
yesterday,
it. Yeah. Check
in
it
which
off the
I
list.
have already discussed the syllabus of ancient Indian history, and we have also seen why do we study ancient Indian history. Apart from that, a lot of students were asking me what should be the right book list for studying this course, and that also has been covered in the introduction class. So today we'll start our chapter 1, which is the geographical features and their impact on Indian history. Now, generally, I don't talk about all these things, but today I request all of you to please ask all your friends, and let's say if you have not subscribed, to subscribe this YouTube channel. And once you watch this video, please like the video and comment. Why? The reason is now the YouTube will start showing these videos to maximum people, and I want that our UPSC digital library should help maximum people, because we are trying our level best to provide free of cost UPSC preparation. We are not even asking for 1 rupee from anyone among
No
you.
rupee,
So I
baby.
hope this small
Rupee
thing
free,
or
baby.
this small part could be done from your end as a mark of respect. So let's start this chapter number 1. Now, as I have told in the introduction class, please do not try to mug up history. There might be a few facts that you might have to remember or memorize, but then if I broadly talk about history, I can say that there are two things inside history. First is the chronology, just how we watch a movie. Now, a movie will have a sequence of events. First, the hero will arrive, or then the heroine would arrive, and then there would be a villain in the story, and then they would fight, they would conquest the battle, and then in the end, there will be an end. Either it will be a happy ending, or a sad ending, or let's say uh, it will be in shock. You will not know what exactly is the ending, and then they will make part 2 of the movie. Same way, when we will study history, we will look at the chronology. What happened first? What happened next? What happened third? जब हम हिस्ट्री पढ़ेंगे तो एक मूवी के सीन की तरह एक एक करके हमारे सामने सीक्वेंशियल ऑर्डर में चीजें आती जाएंगी, और हम उन्हीं सीक्वेंस में उनको एक कहानी की तरह समझेंगे. Now, one more very important thing, which is the base of this chapter, is that the entire history, be it of any country, it is dependent upon its geography. How? Let's say if I talk about a person who is living in a desert. Now, here the climatic conditions are different. If I talk about somebody who is living on a coastal area, here the climatic conditions are different. If I talk about somebody who is living just beside the river, so here the conditions would be different. Here the occupation would be different. Here their mode of transport would be different. Here their culture will become different. And all these different aspects will lead to different series of historical events that will eventually happen. आप इस बात को समझ रहे हैं? अगर कोई रेगिस्तान में रहता है, कोई कोस्टल एरिया में समुद्र के किनारे रहता है, या कोई नदी के किनारे रहता है, उन सबका इतिहास अलग अलग होगा, क्योंकि उनकी जियोग्राफी अलग अलग है. और उनकी जियोग्राफी अलग अलग है, तो जो उनकी कहानी बनेगी, जो उनकी सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट्स बनेगी, जो उनकी क्रोनोलॉजी बनेगी, वो भी अलग होगी. So that means I can conclude now that a history will revolve around chronology and geography. All right. So this is nothing but the expansion of the same. Chronology would mean the time frame that is going on, and geography would define the place where an individual is living. So this space defines the geographical limit or the area, and chronology shows the time which keeps on increasing, and hence our story will also keep on moving ahead. All right. Now, this again has been explained to you that see, unlike any other history, if we talk about Indian history also, so it is also influenced by its geography. हमारे देश का इतिहास भी उसके भूगोल से प्रभावित है. So, if we will understand what are the geographical features in our country, it will be very, very helpful to understand our history. Are you guys able to understand this point? If we will understand that inside our nation, what are the different geographies available, then it will become very, very easy to understand or imagine how the history is going to be framed. How at this point will become very, very clear if you will watch this video completely. Please do not skip this video because you might miss out on any important information. Also, do not fast forward this video. Why? Because see, you may finish this course within 10 minutes if the original video is of 30 minutes, but it will be of no use because if you will fast forward, you will not be able to retain it. My ultimate aim is that 80 to 90% of the things are covered while watching the videos, and 10% should just be left for the books. So please don't take these videos for granted. Watch it completely. All right. Now, if we talk about our Indian subcontinent, so it has three geographical regions. These are the main geographical regions. So the first region is the Himalayan mountains, what you see to the north of the India. Second is the Indo-Gangetic plains. Now, Indo-Gangetic plain again has three parts. We'll look at all those things. If I have to tell you, it consists of the Indus River system. It consists of the Ganga River system. It also consists of the Brahmaputra River system. All right. And then we'll look at the southern peninsula. Why we call this as a peninsula? Because it is surrounded by water from majority of the sides or from three sides. All right. So one by one, let us start looking at our Indian subcontinent. Wait a second, sir. Why you are trying to teach us geography? Because, my dear students, if you will understand the geography,
How are
you will
Every day-
understand.
every day with no confused. What's good? You're not in the woods. Hello. What's good in your neck of the woods, Juan Carlo?
Just this is basically in between electrician projects right now.
Cool. On what are you working?
What's that?
Very cool that you're in between electrician projects. On what are you working?
Oh, I'm working in Napa, California.
No, not where. On what are you working? You said you're working on electrician project. What did you just get done?
Okay, last thing I got done was Tesla. So I was building their offices.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Tesla, it's like it's definitely a different company. They're very interconnected.
Excellent. So you think highly of the company?
Yeah, I do.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
Elon Musk. Sure.
Excellent. If I may ask one, Carlos, how'd you hear about me?
I was invited to this chat with man,
But not.
just a few hours ago.
Do you know who invited you?
Yeah, that was Jasmine C.
Oh, okay.
Was it me? Yeah, yeah, it was a YouTube chat. Yeah, were you, oh, you were watching our show with our brother. That was you. I was like, yeah. Hey, yeah, that was me. What's involved? Yeah, that was a good show. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Oh, because the hands are true.
Yeah, absolutely. Rabbi Rothschild.
I'm like 24/7, 365. I've been right for more than 3 years. I have more things on the internet than any person in global history. Some of the things that we discuss on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology. We talk about fusion technology, fission technology, geothermal technology, tidal energy. We talk about de-extinction. We talk about mind deployment technology, where we scan your brain into a computer to later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, a ethereal being. So what I'm basically telling you right now is one powerless, I don't think you're going to die. You're going to have to go forever. Wish you get mortality and putting it into the air.
Great courses to that. I heard you talking about cybernetics and I found that a lot was anti-gravity. Globus I found are connected by the arrangement of like sound waves. Would you say that's true?
Everything has waves.
Yeah.
Waves are
Yeah, because I think I read a documentary about anti-gravity and they talked a lot about how sound waves are patterns of water that might play into it. And I'd imagine if there is a UFO, it would be that water and sound waves when it floats around. I don't know exactly how that works.
well, it actually utilizes gravitation. So similarly, like you have waves in water, or sound, or other waves, or any kind of gravity has a similar essentially the way that the colors well, I should say it's anti-gravity thing, but the way that allegedly we have been able to understand this through the reverse engineering of UFOs and specifically after 1947, 47, the Roswell crash. And since then, there's been this major project to be able to find anti-gravity. And what we understand about it, go by some more, some major developments were made around the late 1980s or so, and the idea of the graviton, which is graviton, was first emerged, and essentially that gravity itself is energy and can be augmented to do quite a few different things. In addition to levitation, what they think of it basically lifting up and down. You can use it to create a force field. You can also use it to transport very long distances instantaneously. Essentially, the ability to control gravity can give you the ability to bend space-time, and when you do that, you can travel essentially interdimensionally.
Interesting. Now, relative to the gravitational constructs, the SGRA Secretary's A, this massive black hole, comes away. I understand if you shot it antimatter beams, that would achieve that would fail the gravitational constructs of our planet Earth, I suppose. Because I can research more about it, but I know that black hole in the universe, Secretary's A, it's heavily. I think it's like a program of the lost nature, basically, for Milky Way universe.
All right, so just what's up?
That's what I know about.
Let's get some actual idea. So, well, it's just one of those things.
Did you see that? No, anything.
Oh, it's what we do. So the black hole at the center. What would happen? what would happen if we shot an antimatter nuclear weapon?
Said that. Oh, and when we're inclusive, basically an alchemical legend and they are still elements.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, that's part of that advice. Where manifest for me is in a so I also extend with like
if we were to hypothetically detonate antimatter nuclear weapon that would specifically in the supermassive black hole known as second phase, the effects would be minimal on the black hole expression. Black holes have immense gravitational pull. Any explosion would be significant at the scale of the black hole's mass and gravitational energy. The explosion might produce some radiation that occurs, but they would be quickly absorbed by the black hole and dispersed in the surrounding space. Overall, the black hole would remain largely unaffected under consequences of the galaxy would be managed.
I think the bump was exploded around it, but there was a
No.
device that
No, I said
was antimatter.
to it, what would happen if we shot antimatter in the center? I said in the center.
Inside.
Yeah, well, I said in the center. It's constant is recognized was. If we were to hypothetically detonate a nuclear weapon at the center of the Milky Way, specifically near the supermassive black hole known as Sagittarius, the effects would be minimal on the black hole. How do you want me to change it? What do you want me to do?
Oh, the question that I would like changed or confronted being essentially if the antimatter could be inside of it. However, and that's how I
So we asked about an antimatter. They're parts of physics, but they're separate. In fact, let's get the answer. And I could sit here, Caspian Sea, and be like, oh, I know all the fucking. No, why don't I just ask? How are anti-gravity and anti-matter weapons different? Give me 15 different elements. Here are 15 objects. Anti-gravity and anti-weapons. Anti-gravity definition refers to hypothetical technology, or actually, I'm not. Give me a table that compares and contrasts them. Okay, so the definition of anti-gravity is technology counteracting gravity. Please make the comparison between anti-gravity and anti-matter. Anti-gravity weapons. Well, the specific question of SBC was anti-gravity nuclear weapons. But I don't think that really makes sense. I just think it means big bombs. Right? Don't you just mean big bombs?
it's a specific reactions. Those
How are you? I love your name. Where's up the top? We're learning about anti-gravity weapons versus antimatter weapons. Okay, so the definition of an anti-gravity weapon: a weapon utilizing anti-gravity technology incapacitate or manipulate targets. Antimatter weapons: weapons that use antimatter for destructive purposes. The function: one, disables or alters movement of objects or targets. The other causes massive explosions in contact with matter. So antimatter, it causes massive explosions. Anti-gravity disables or alters movement. Application: hypothetical military defense defense anti-gravity and anti-matter would be theoretically used in military applications. It's good. Who's they? Rabbi Zarkas. Who's they? Rabbi Zarkas. Name one inconsistency of Bob Lazar in 30 years. Hold on, let's talk about this. You do feel it. Hold on. Okay, so then let's put this story into words. Just please provide a list of 30 facts about what clouds are. Specific the idea of gravity. You're talking about the wrong motherfucker. It's 150 and it's Estovian. I even renamed it for Bob Lazar. Look it up right now. I want to be wrong about it because I've gotten it wrong in the past. That's why I know it's 150. It's un penti. No, you're good. The reason why I say that with such certainty, Caspian Sea, is because I was kind of like, is it? No, you're good. I was always like, is it 114, 115, or 116? Yeah, and wait, you're good. And then one day, I said to myself, I'm going to memorize this. I'm going to memorize its actual term. Like, it used to be known as human infection when it was just like, no one knew what it was. It was just theoretical. And then Moscovium took the name because it was discovered in Moscow. But I didn't really sit down with it. I wanted to make sure I had it. So the thing is, I knew for a fucking fact this bitch was 150. All right, here we go. Thank you. That was very humble of you. Great. So, Lazar claimed to work for the second early 51 score. Element 115. Lazar alleged that 150 now known as Moscovium. Hell yeah, it's like they fucking heard me. Was used as fuel for alien spacecraft. Pulse gravity wave. He described a technology that involved creating a pulse gravity wave for pulse gravitons. Lazar discussed the theoretical existence of gravitons, which are hypothetical particles that mediate the force of gravity. So one thing, Caspian Sea, who said, I can't put it in my hand. Well, you can't do that with protons or electrons or neutrons, but you recognize it. Yeah. You can do that with this too. You just don't have the machine. You can do that with this too. Right, you can do that with this too. You just don't have the machine. It would be like saying, with neutrons protons and electrons. I can't see them right now, thus they don't exist. No, you can see them on your electron microscope. Well, you said I need something in my hand.
We're talking about some like rationalized framework for work. I don't manage it.
Don't worry about those. Let's right now.
So I think of it like that. I don't know whether it's gravity outside of this object.
Okay, I
That's all
understand.
I was going to say.
Okay, what were you saying when you said I can't hold it in my hand? What were you saying when you said? What were you saying when you said I can't hold? I need to be able to hold it in my hand. Maybe I just grasped onto that.
I don't know why I would have said that.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm reading this. Just hold on. I'll see if it talks about it, and if not, I will give it the prompt to talk about it because there is a machine. What is it called? It doesn't have a really funky great name. It's not like the Lazard machine, though I call it that. It would probably be called an anti-gravity generator, and we'll talk about it. Anti-gravity technology. Lazard described the ability of a spacecraft to create an anti-gravity effect, reducing that weight. Electromagnetic propulsion. He stated that the ships utilize electromagnetic propulsion in conjunction with gravity manipulation. Reverse engineering. Lazard asserted that he was involved in reverse engineering technology export. Fusion reactor. He claimed that element 115 could be used to create a fusion reactor, providing immense energy. Operational craft. Lazard described the craft as an alleged working field. He allegedly worked on as capable of faster than light travel. U.S. government secrecy. He indicated that the U.S. government has kept advanced technology secret, particularly those derived from extraterrestrial sources. Shape of the craft. Lazard claimed that the craft he worked on was disc-shaped and had a smooth surface. Test flights. He alleged that he witnessed test flights of these crafts, observing their incredible agility and speed. Scientific community skepticism. Claims have been met with skepticism by the scientific community, particularly regarding element 115. Yeah, but actually he proved them all wrong. When he said this existed, everybody said it didn't, and then they discovered it. That is like the best fucking checkmate on scientific community we've ever done. Public interest is like those are spikes significant public interest in UFOs and advanced propulsion technology. Elements 115 stability at the time, element 115 is highly unstable, raising questions about its practical use of the fuel source. Gravitational waves. Lazard suggested that the field of gravitational waves is for the operation of spacecraft time dilation. He discussed the potential for time dilation effects due to the manipulation of gravity fields. Field propagation. Lazard described how gravitational fields could propagate through space-time, affecting passing away. There's all kinds of other stuff. I'm not going to read really quickly because I want to just ask about the machine that has been seen about the question. But Lazard talked about the machine. One of the times that he was at S4, and he would put his hand into like a basketball. He described it as this fucking like half a basketball. And the closer you put your hand to it, the harder it pushed it away. It was like the effects of a magnet, but it was not. It was gravity. What would you call that type of machine, aside from anti-gravity generator? And talk about what that kind of machine does, how it works, how it's powered, all of the intricacies. And please provide this in 100 different. It wasn't like that though. It wasn't spinning.
That's what I'm talking about. Outside of
Yeah. So here's what it's called. It has a name. It has a name. It has a name. It has a name. It's called the gravitational repulsor device. GRD. Shape. It's half spherical design resembling a prize basketball. Core function generates repulsive gravitational field interaction. Repulse objects when they come close, similar to magnetic field. Operating principle based on the manipulation of gravitational gravitational field that can push one back. Control methods operating through a user input, such as proximity sensors and manual controls. Power source hypothetically powered by a high energy reactor, possibly using carbon 115. Energy requirements require substantial energy input to generate the gravitational field. Efficiency. Theoretical discussions suggest high efficiency field shift. The repulsive field may take spherical or ellipsoidal shape. Distance limitation. Effective only within a certain radius, diminishing with this. Field modulation. The intensity of the repulsion could be adjustable based on settings. Safety features. Design with fixes to prevent accidental harm. Material composition constructed from advanced materials that can withstand high energy output. Temperature management incorporates coatings, a cooling system to manage heat generated during operation. User interface equipped with a control panel for monitoring and system settings. Visual indication indicated communicated lights on display to show operational status. Functionality. Proximity detection. Uses sensors to detect nearby objects and adjust the gravitational field accordingly. Dynamic response. Rapidly adjust field strength based on the input or environmental changes. Weight reduction. Effectively reduces the weight of objects within its influence, facilitating movement. Obstacle navigation could enable precise maneuvering around obstacles in a controlled environment. Mass negation. What's mass negation? What the last one? The last one. Weight reduction. Weight reduction. Effectively reduces the weight. Well, they're separate. They're separate principles. Okay, so yeah, I mean, well, when it comes to UFO, Alcazar said yes, they did. We did that a little earlier. It said that they work hand together. Just with that. Here it is. Electromagnetic propulsion. He stated that ships utilize electromagnetic propulsion in conjunction with gravity. And this checks out when he talks about it. He says that there's like this blue aura, like a blue electricity cloud that would be expelled from the body of the disc when it would rise up in like a little bit of a arc. So I think that's all consistent with being electromagnetic radiation and not necessarily anything that would do gravity. So like it says, working conjunction. Now, I think the big question you might be asking is, what are the similarities and differences between gravitational waves and electromagnetic waves? That's a question. I disagree with that. 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 The modern school system, the modern university system, you don't need to study that. You can't major in that. You can major in nuclear engineering, but you can't do that. Essentially, they don't want people to know about. They don't want people to know. The reason why. Well, right. The reason why is it's a secret to a lot of things. Number one, it's the secret to time travel, perhaps. It's the secret to faster light travel. It's the secret to more, I would say, more relevant is the secret to force field. And I heard Balthazar talk about this in the past about the secrecy of it. And he's just said, I agree with him, that if you were a country and you found out this type of information, you would do everything in your power to never let that escape because it's so valuable that your enemy could use this information to destroy you, creating crafts that you cannot control, using gravity or using a force that living here without, they can create energy multiple times more than living. So not like I agree there's something to that. I absolutely agree there's something. I 100% agree with all of that.
Yeah, that's I've been aware of those concepts, but it's further dimensions that I haven't had as much into it as I should. Sure.
That sounds familiar.
How do you spell that? K-H-O. This course we mostly read here falls into this theory called morphic resonance that I've been really researching lately. It's a differential way of conceiving the soul based on memory and energy, as if memories exist in nature. Yeah, because of course, here, even though I know that it was dynamics, it proposes a sense of ESD, and that's what morphic resonance is how we evolved it. As if there's an etheric field, and there are visions from that field to be transmitted and received. Yep, the Jungian collective consciousness is certainly a caution field, like the Jungian knowledge. most magnetism is sort of atom psychosis that's laid up on the side, which is a transfixing soul by another. Very impressive. Yeah, so the mirror might do that because maybe you could perceive the sort of devices like that.
Those long time those you should know we're live all the time. I don't go anywhere. Generally. I will let you know I'm live on 33 different platforms or something. I'm live on every major platform except for Kick. The reason why I'm not live on Kick right now, I've been live on Kick, but I've sacrificed my Kick account to be able to spam it, the platform, as I wish. And so I basically create an audience from Kick by just promoting my Discord. And like if you ever need to find me anywhere, I'm my stuff and everything, including YouTube and I do have a lot of accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 20. I'm at over 10,000 Kick accounts now. But generally, you'll be able to tell which ones are the ones that I use more often by just the amount of followers that I have. And if you ever need anything, if you ever have a question, we will get the answers as best as we can. And I'm here
Awesome, dude.
I'm
Yeah.
here to support you.
I'm definitely intrigued by your conversation. We've got a lot of topics that are considered important. So it's awesome.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely participate more and should have part of that.
Well, excellent. I mean, so, like, here's what we do. I like to watch podcasts and lectures on things. And so, I usually when I'm in the pocket, I turn on the podcast. So, if you ever hear our lecture right now, we just finished the history of China in 5,000, the 5,000 year history of China in a 35 lecture series. It was very good. We watched it like 4 times in a row. It's very, very good. And now we just started the history of India. And so we're just going to basically go through the major things. And I know some of this, but it's good to be knowledgeable as possible. And truthfully, there are some topics that are more foreign to me than others, especially if they have had more maybe more exclusive society. So China has been very limited to the Western world for many years. We really felt the history of Western thing as it in many ways. So doing my best to learn about it. Because frankly, when I'm on the internet in here, I meet a lot of people from China, I meet a lot of people from India. And while I understand more than your average person about both of them, I would like to really be somewhat knowledgeable. I could really care less whether I call myself an expert in the subject at all. But I just want to feel comfortable when I'm speaking to someone about that I know not only where they're from, but perhaps like part of their history. It should care about it. I think that's really important.
Yeah, I like to watch it with you guys.
Excellent. Well, I'm just going to hit play. And here's what I advise you to do, truthfully. going to search the internet. You're going to doom scroll. You're going to play a video game, whatever, and just have the Discord open whenever you're online. We're always here. It would kind of be like if we were at a coffee shop and people just chill, and it's like a place that you can always go. You can always talk with people. You can, like Cascade C just wanted to show off us, and he wanted to share that with us, and we're ready to do that alongside. You're fine. You're fine. No, I'm not saying that in a disparaging way. It's something that was an idea that came into his head and he was able to share it with us. And great. I like huskies. I like accents. There you go. So whatever it is, if you want to share with us, feel free. And in the meantime, here is the history of India. I'm glad that you're here.
And why the history has happened in a certain way. It is because of the geography, the history
Well,
has
if
been.
you were watching on YouTube, I can tell you what it's called if you want to watch exactly alongside what we're seeing. It's called, I just went to, okay, what is it called? It's called The Complete Course on Ancient Indian History for UPSC Civil Services Examination. So basically, when I say, like, you become like experts on some of this stuff, I mean, this is to pass the Civil Services Examination. I'm not saying we're experts on it, we will be after this, but we'll be more knowledgeable than most people. So, you can find this on YouTube if you want to follow up. If you really want to do it, I really want to also do it. If you're out to listen to it for right now, that's cool too. And we just started this one, so like literally are at the very beginning of the country. And again, one of my favorite things in the entire world is to have people in here to be watching a podcast or listening to a podcast, just be on the internet, just comfortable learning, reading, being on Reddit, being on Twitter, being an article. It's amazing because if I find something cool, I can tell people about it, or you never know who's going to come in here. Clubhouse, I can tell you, like, with pretty much a lot of certainty that we're in the central hub of a lot of places. I consider it the epicenter of the internet. Why? Right now, I'm streaming on 33 different platforms on like 2 dozen different devices, and we create more data per capita than any person. Additionally, I've been into cryptocurrency now for more than a year. I've been live in their Telegram, so we get people coming from that cryptocurrency all the time. And this cryptocurrency has gone from less than 1 cent each to it's like 22 cents each right now. Additionally, if you know who Aiden Ross is, I'm live at Aiden Ross's Discord right now. If you know who iShow Speed is, I'm live with camera on both. And iShow Speed's Discord right now. No one else has that. We're basically like two of the biggest influencers on the internet. We have one mega influencer, who is connecting both of them. I'm live, and music is Marty's Discord. I'm live with Discord version. I have multiple. I'm live multiple in here, and I also have. I would say with these bots, I've got 5 different phone bots that I have going that are spamming Kick. Do you have the Kick app? Do you have the Kick app?
Oh no, I never tried to do that.
That's okay. I recommend checking out Kick. It's a very up and coming platform. If you ever download it, you can see I get these robots that basically spam clips. 50% of every clip that's produced on that platform has my name on it, has this Discord in it. So what will happen is we'll get random people who come in all the time. Over the course of a day, we'll get a dozen different random people who come in just from me spamming on it, or they're seeing me in Discord. Sometimes they have something to say. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just want to check out what's going on. I'm just happy that they were here. And so if you're ever wondering, like, my house is ever going to grow if you're just, like, do you have any outreach or anything? Oh, definitely. Connect with a lot of different people on different platforms. So we launched this got like 1,500 people in here. Of those, like 300 or so are solid rock solid people who are like influencers and people who are definitely, I would say, people with whom you would want to collaborate in the future. So you're in a good spot. And, with that good question here, I can't guarantee that I know the answers to the questions, but we'll do our best to find them. And with that, here's the history of India. We are happy that you are here.
Defined or has happened in a certain way. ये जो
Well, excellent. Well, I can tell you that our cryptocurrency is doing well. And, well, I'm not a dev on it. I don't want to be a dev on it. If you are interested in another kind of money, that Telegram is t.me/HPOS.0. But basically, you just type in your power and on the side. I know that's complicated stuff as well. Look, and it's on my shirt, but so when it comes to crypto software, I don't know if I have used for it now in the future, but it's fantastic. Have you worked on a crypto project before?
I've actually worked mostly in traditional stocks. I haven't done specialty trading or investing.
Well, are interested in delving into that in the right spot. I can tell you the central hub of the crypto world is Twitter Spaces. So if you are interested in getting more knowledgeable in the crypto world, you're not going to hear it from me. I'm not the greatest expert in it, but I know the greatest experts, and they're on crypto on Twitter Spaces. And so I would get you close to both sides of it. You'll learn. All you have to do is listen to those conversations with one of those. All right.
Awesome, I appreciate it. Donate when I can.
I don't want you to donate. I don't want you to donate. Keep your money. I'm going to give you money. I have more data on my person's global history. What does that mean? Eventually, I'm going to be able to monetize it. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next week, maybe the next year, maybe the next decade. But eventually, I'm going to. The person has the most amount of data online. Actually, they're the most it's like data. If you know the lead state in 1990, that concept is king, and in 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource more valuable than food, water, gold, petroleum, data, so who needs my data? Who's never eventually human data is the most valuable resource. So with that said, it's very exciting to perhaps be at the start of something really valuable. And when it happens, I'm going to give you money. I'm going to give your family money. I'm going to give your friends money on the condition that they start charities company. So I want you to know that your generosity will echo into attendance. Juan Carlos wanted to give me money, ladies and gentlemen, and I want everybody to know I don't owe Juan Carlos money. I want to give Juan Carlos money in the future, and that's insane. So thank you so much for that.
कहानी है इतिहास की वो उसके भूगोल पर बहुत डिपेंड थी. All right, now if I talk about our Indian subcontinent, it has these 7 countries in it, which is India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. If you look at the book, what we are studying, Tamil Nadu textbook, it will only say that these 5 countries are a part of the Indian subcontinent. But now I have tried to expand my studies, I have done some research. So these 2 countries are generally also counted in the Indian subcontinent. All right. So now if we talk about the Himalayan mountains, now you can see how long or how vast is the range of the Himalayan mountains. As you can see here, it starts from there. It starts somewhere near Pakistan, Afghanistan. Here, this northwestern point, what you see, this is Pamir, and then it keeps on going up to northeast. So this is one very important geographical region of our country. Now you will say, sir, all right, but how is it related to history? We will come to this point. But before that, you need to know a few points. The first thing is the Himalayan mountains are situated to the north of India. There are a few facts also, but just go through it. As I told you, the extreme northwest point of India over here, this point, let's say this is our country. So this northwest point, what I showed you, this is the Pamir point. So it starts from Pamir in the northwest of India, and this Himalayan range will extend towards the northeast. Now, generally, the length of this is 2,560 kilometers. This length, what you see here, I'm talking. This length, what you see here, this length is 2,560 kilometer, and this is the breadth what you see. So its average breadth is 240 to 320 kilometers. It keeps on changing. Somewhere it will be less, somewhere it will be more. Now, one more thing. These Himalayan mountains are formed as a result of the plate tectonic movement due to the folding of the land. All right. There are two kinds of movement. One is this converging movement, and then another is diverging movement. Don't worry about these terms. When we will study physical geography after ancient history, I will pick up physical geography. Sir, why you will not pick up medieval history? It is because I will keep on refreshing you people. We will study, let's say, ancient history, then let's pick up physical geography, then let's come to medieval history. So this way, this will maintain your motivation also. So don't worry about the typical geographical aspects. We'll study all of them. All right. So the highest peak in our Himalayan is known as Mount Everest. ये सबसे ऊंची चोटी है हिमालय की, and its height is 8869 meters. Now, what is the significance of Himalayan mountains? Now, it is formed due to some geographical reasons, which we told, which is the plate tectonic movement, but actually it is very helpful to us. Now, from Siberia, from the north of the Himalayan mountains, the cold Arctic winds are blowing. Now this is acting as a barrier, as a wall, and that is why it is helping to keep the climate of North India fairly warm. Now you see, because of this geography, the history of India will be different. Now, if the Himalayan mountains would not have been there, our North India would have been very, very, very cold. Now, surviving in such land would have become very, very difficult. So, do you think all those battles that have taken place at Panipat or at Buxa or whatever things you will study in this course later on, do you think that would have happened if these Himalayan mountains would not have been there? No. Thus, the importance of geography is very important. And generally, if we talk about this Himalayan region, it remains inhospitable because generally it is covered with snow. All right. As I told you about these Himalayan mountains, now these Himalayan mountain ranges also has three parts. The topmost part, the point number one, what you see here, is known as Himadri or the Greater Himalayas. The middle part of these ranges is known as Himachal or Lesser Himalayas. The third one, what you see, is known as the Lower Himalayas or the Outer Himalayas, also known as Shivaliks. All right. Now, I have also mentioned the images of these three mountain ranges so that it will become easy for you to imagine. As the Greater Himalayas or Himadri is the topmost part of our Himalayan ranges, and we get cold winds from Siberia and from the Arctic region. This is very, very, very cold. You can see, as you can see the images itself, it will give you a picture that this is most cold part of the Himalayan region. This is moderate and this is least cold. Now, least cold, don't compare this with your city if you are staying in the middle part of the country or in the southern areas. Now these are very very cold areas. I'm comparing these terms in respect to these three. मैं इन तीनों के बीच में differentiate कर रहा हूँ. This is Himadri, this is Himachal, and this picture is an example of Shivalik ranges. All right. Now one more thing is, see this part, what you see over here, the Himalayan, this part, this is our Himalayan ranges. Now to the north of this is another range, what is known as Karakoram range. Karakoram, the word comes from Kara, and Kara means black. So here the soil is volcanic kind of black soil. All right. This part, what you see here, this is known as Hindu Kush range. And this part, what you see here, is known as Suleiman range. So let's say you might be thinking there are so many mountains here to the north of our country. So then how will anybody get inside our nation if they wish to do so from Central Asia? Now please know there is a term what is known as passes. Passes means between two mountains or between two ranges there will be a few points which are not so high from where people can enter inside. And same is the case with our Himalayan ranges also. I hope this point is clear. Now that is why the Himalayan, first the thing is this is clear that Himalayan stood as a natural barrier against the invasions. But in the northern west mountains there are a few passes, as I told you. The name of such passes are Khyber, Bolan, Kurram and Komal, which provided easy route so that people could travel from Central Asia to our country. Now these passes are situated in Hindu Kush, Suleiman and Kirthar ranges. These important ranges, at least I have showed you in the previous diagram. Now from prehistoric time, now this traffic has been happening. People are going from India outside to Central Asia and to the other parts from these passes, and people from Central Asia are coming to our country from these passes. Now people came here as invaders also to fight with us because India was such a rich country, so they were always attracted. People also came as immigrants. Maybe they were frustrated with their own country and they wanted a better place to survive. A few examples are Indo-Aryans. Now see those people who spoke Sanskrit. Now those people who wrote this Rig Ved, later Vedic, they are actually not uh, the native to our country. ये हमारे देश के नहीं है. So who are the people who are native to our country? Those people are basically Dravidians. Those South Indians people, what you see, these are the true people who were surviving in our country. Okay, now from when, this question is unknown. But if I talk about Sanskrit speaking people or the Indo-Aryans, they came to our country somewhere around 1500 BC. We will see this in our later chapters. Then the Indo-Greeks, Parthians, Shakas, Kushans, Huns, Turks, all these people entered India through these passes. Now in this region there is another trade, another route, what is known as Swat Valley. From here, Alexander of Macedonia also entered our country. He thought that he will conquer our country, but then he was not successful, seeing the elephants and the rich army of the Indian people. And the weather here was hot and humid. You all know that we are somewhere in the subtropical climate. Now again, if you are worried about what is tropical climate, what is temperate climate, and what is the polar climate, all right, don't worry, we'll study this in detail in the geography. All right. So apart from these invading armies who came here to fight, apart from the merchants, apart from these missionaries, there were many people who were coming here through these routes. Therefore, apart from the trade, in these northwestern mountains, these passes have enriched our cultural ties also with the Central Asia. हमारे देश के जो सेंट्रल एशिया के साथ जो कल्चरल टाइज हैं वो भी बहुत एनरिच हो गए हैं. All right. So the second highest peak in the world, Mount Godwin Austen, is situated in Karakoram range, which is to the north of the Himalayan range. Now, if we talk about Karakoram range, this is strategically very important because China and Pakistan have built up a road here. Now this is in Gilgit. Gilgit is occupied right now by Pakistan, and but as it is generally inhospitable, so very little communication is possible here for most of the year. Now, one more very important thing. Nepal is also a small valley under the foot of these Himalayas, and it is, though it seems to be a landlocked country, it is also possible to go to Nepal through a number of passes which is accessible to the Gangetic Plains. Now, if I talk about the eastern region, if I talk about this mountain range, and if I talk about the eastern range, this Patpui, Nagai, and Lushai are the mountain ranges present here. Now, immense rain happens here in the northeastern part for most of the year, and hence this remains inhospitable. And that is why northeast is cut off from our main India for most part of the year, and that is why this has remained in relatively isolation. I hope this point is here. Now, friends, some of you were complaining that I am not teaching in English, so now I am teaching in English. Now, some of you have started complaining I am not teaching in Hindi. See, I'm trying to now teach you in simple English. Most of you, 99%, will appear the examination in English. So, please listen to this simple English so that you can translate. It will be easy for you to write in the examination in English also. Let's say if any specific point you are not able to understand, you can let me know. I will explain that point in Hindi. But generally, if I feel something is complicated, I explain that in both English and Hindi. And my English is very poor, guys. So I don't think so anybody would face problem, be it I explain any concept in English or in Hindi. All right. After understanding the Himalayan mountains, here comes the Indo-Gangetic Plains. Now, Indo-Gangetic Plains, as I told you, it has this Indus River system. It has these Ganges. It has this Brahmaputra. In between, we have these Aravalli Hills. We have the our Thar Desert. I hope this point is clear. Here we have the Thar Desert, not here. All right. So this point is clear. Now, why I am showing you all these pictures is so that you can visualize, you can start imagining. All right, don't just confine yourself to text. So change the way how you study history. All right, so history is a form of a story, is a form of a chronology which you have to see, and you have to study history from different perspectives. All right, guys. Okay, so as I told you, the Indo-Gangetic Plains is irrigated by three important rivers: Ganga, Indus, and Brahmaputra. Now, please know, whenever rivers will flow, all right, it will produce a very fertile land. All right, the plain which will be formed as a result of the river flow will become very fertile, and here alluvial soil will be formed. Okay. Now, between this Indus and Ganga, here Thar Desert and Aravalli hills are situated. Now, if we talk about this Aravalli hills, the highest point is Mount Abu, and the height is also mentioned 5,650 feet. All right. Now, first let's pick up this Indus River system. Now, if I talk about this Indus River, this has five tributaries: Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Satluj, and Byas. Sir, what is tributary? I have also heard about the term distributary. What is the difference between these two terms? Whenever any river flows. Now, in between, if small rivers will come and contribute water to the main river, these will be called its tributaries. I hope this point is clear. Now, let's see if any river is flowing, and let's say it gets divided. So, this river would now be traveling into three different directions and will get distributed. So, these three will be named as the distributaries of this river. I hope this point is also clear. Now, as you can see, that this Indus River has five tributaries. That is why we have a state which is known as Punjab. The literal meaning of the term Punjab itself means Panch means Panch, because here we have five rivers. All right. This Indus River rises beyond the Himalayas, and I have already told you the five tributaries of this river. Now, since this is situated at the lower valley of this of this Indus, which is in Pakistan. And this is also very fertile because where the rivers will flow, we will have alluvial soil there, and it will have a very fertile soil. That is why, okay, I will give you an example. Which state has the most population in our country? The answer is Uttar Pradesh. Why? Because the Ganga, Yamuna, and most of the rivers flows through Uttar Pradesh. Now, wherever you will find rivers flowing, there the concentration of people will be more. Why? Today we have aeroplanes. Today we have these motor cars and all these things. In earlier times, river was a very, very important source of transportation. River was very important for drinking purpose also. River was very important for construction purpose also. At the same time, the land there was very fertile, so it was very easy to grow crops. That is why you will find most of the cities are situated on the banks or at the confluence of the rivers. I hope you are understanding. That is why if you understand geography, understanding history will become very easy. All right. Now, if I talk about the Ganga river system, this is the Ganga river system. Now, here one important thing is you can see Ganga and Yamuna are are flowing almost parallelly. And when two rivers are flowing, the region between these two rivers is known as Doab. It is Dab or Doab. We'll just check the spelling. But this is the region between the two rivers. All right, this Gomti, what you see, this Ghagra, what you see. All right, these are basically the important tributaries of the river Ganga. Now, I hope you have understood what is the meaning of the word tributary. All right. So this also rises in the Himalayas. This first of all flows south and then it starts flowing eastwards. Now Yamuna is almost flowing parallel to the Ganga. Now the area between these two rivers is known as Doab, as I told you, Doab. Doab means the area between two rivers. Now understand, a river will form a fertile land around it. It will have alluvial soil. Now when two rivers are flowing, you can understand how much rich the soil here will be, how much important this area will become. And that is why you will find that many battles will be found wherever two rivers are flowing parallelly. All right. And these are some of the important tributaries of Ganga: Gomti, Sarayu, Ghagra, and Gandak. All right. Now, if I talk about Brahmaputra, this is the flow of Brahmaputra, what you see. Brahmaputra is a very slow moving river. Whenever any river will flow very slow, all right, what will happen is it will form islands. I will show you guys right now. Now see, this is how a Brahmaputra river looks like. This is typical example of a river flow. This is how a river will flow. But in case of a Brahmaputra, you can see in between it is forming islands also. I hope this point is clear. So in the east of India, all right, when the Ganga will go over there, it will merge into the plains of Brahmaputra. But typically, this Brahmaputra will rise in the Himalaya, then it will go towards Tibet, and then from China, it will continue to flow to the plains of the northeast. In China, Brahmaputra is known as Yarlung Tsangpo. All right. Now, it is a slow moving river, and hence it forms several islands. See, मैंने आपको explain कर दिया कि बहुत slow move करती है. अब देखिए, ये एक जमीन है. Okay, this is a land. Now, when this river flow will start, it will break this land apart. It will make its path and it will flow. नदी पहाड़ों और जमीन में से अपना रास्ता तोड़कर अपना रास्ता निकालेगी and it will travel. Now, if it is a slow moving river, it will make islands and then it will move. If it is a fast moving river, it will not be able to cover a large area of land. Okay, it will have a narrow area of land. I think you guys also are aware about that. Brahmaputra is the largest river basin also. All right. Now, if I come to the summary of this, if you have understood the geography of these plains, now if we look at the historical perspective, if we look at the Indus Valley, there the Harappan culture flourished, because generally besides the river system, any civilization would like to establish itself. What is this Harappan culture, sir? I have heard somewhere this is also known as the Indus Valley civilization. Sir, can you explain about this? Yes, don't worry. In the next chapter, we are going to talk about this. Now this Vedic culture, it prospered on the western bank of the Gangetic plain. So this is the eastern part of the river. This is the western part over here. The Rig Ved, whatever you will see, all those things, the Vedic culture, those all things we will discuss when we will study our chapter number 3. All these important cities are of Gangetic plains, Banaras, Allahabad, Agra, Delhi. Now, this Patliputra is situated where Son river meets with the Ganga river. Again, it becomes very, very important. And you will see that this Patliputra remained an important capital for many of the dynasties, Maurya, Shung dynasty, Gupta dynasty, and other kingdoms. Now, today, you call Patliputra as Patna, which is also the capital of Bihar. I hope this point is clear to all of you guys. Now, many important battles are fought near Kurukshetra, Tarain, Panipat. These are near Delhi. As I told you, Delhi is also near this Yamuna river, and hence it is very, very important from both geographical perspective and historical perspective. Many foreign invaders tried to come to Delhi to fight because it was a very fertile and productive land producing a lot of wealth. Now, in old times, as I told you, the mode of communication was either through walking or through this bullock carts or let's say these rivers. So these rivers served as the arteries, and hence till the dates of East India Company, the rivers were very, very important for communication. So those people who will capture the important cities around the river will be able to control a large chunk of land. I hope this point is clear. Now the last part is the southern peninsula. As I told you, peninsula is a place which is surrounded by water from most of the sides or from 3 sides. All right. If I talk about the southern peninsula, now the Narmada and Tapti river which flows over here, the Vindhyas and Satpuras mountain ranges which are over here in Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, this region, this form the barrier. This is a dividing line between North and South India. Now, in the Deccan Plateau, here we have volcanic rocks. We will again study this in geography. Volcanic rocks are very easy to cut. If they are easy to cut, so it will be easy to cut and make a lot of architectural uh, monasteries or let's say temples. That is why you will find that in South India there are a lot of temples, there are a lot of cave cut structures, what you see compared to North India. Why? Because again, geography has played a very important role because the rock here are soft compared to the northern mountains. All right. Now, one more important thing is when you study this southern peninsula, these are the western ghats and these are the eastern ghats. These are the uplifted lands, kind of hills which run all across these western and eastern ghats. All right. The eastern ghats have less height compared to the western ghats. Why? It is because most of the rivers are east flowing rivers, and that is why this height of the eastern ghats will reduce because it will break the land, river will break the land and go into Bay of Bengal. I hope this point is clear. नदी जब बहेगी वो जमीन को तोड़ते हुए अपना रास्ता निकालेगी, and thus eastern ghats will not remain that much high as compared to the western ghats. All right. So, sir, if we have these ghats, so that means again this will become this will not be possible for invaders to reach India from these points. No, we'll look at this also. As I told you, Deccan Plateau will have eastern and western ghats. The southernmost part of the western ghat is known as Malabar Coast. It is very important and you must have heard about it. Now, in order to now there are a certain passes in these ghats. As I've told you, between between these mountain ranges, there will be a few places from where people can go. So this Junnar Pass, Kanheri Pass, Karle Pass, is where the trade routes to the western ports. So this is, let's say, the map of India. This is the western ghats. So these are the western ports. Here there will be some passes like Junnar, Kanheri, and Karle, from where people from middle of this peninsula could travel to these ports, and then they can travel to the elsewhere of the world, and hence the trade could take place. All right, that is very important. Now, because we had this Vindhyas mountain ranges, so the culture and language was isolated of the South India from the North India from a very long time. All right. So let's say if I talk about this Malabar coast, which is situated in the western coast, and if I talk about this Kaveri Valley, where generally this Bangalore, Karnataka is situated. So these two are connected through Palaghat Pass. This is also a very, very important pass. All right. And in the entire southern peninsula, Anaimudi is the highest peak. All right. I have already told you that eastern ghats are not very high because most of the rivers are east flowing rivers and they flow into the Bay of Bengal. All right. This point is also clear. As you can see here, this is the Palaghat Pass. All right. From here, from our Kaveri Delta, people could find this pass and then they could travel here to the port cities on the western coast. I hope you are able to imagine this, which is very, very important. All right. Now, most of the rivers in the southern peninsula are also almost running parallelly. All right. So, there are only two rivers, most important rivers, which are running from east to west. This has been asked many times in UPSC, CDS examination, CAPF examination. Which of the following is a west flowing river? So Narmada and Tapti, they flew from east to west and then they go into Arabian Sea. Whereas most of the rivers, they flew into Bay of Bengal. All right. So now in this southern peninsula, there are very important rivers such as Godavari, Krishna, Tungabhadra, and Kaveri, which flows from west to east. And wherever rivers will flow, it will make a fertile land. And thus here, rice cultivation is very popular. What is Doab, sir? I have already told you. The region between two rivers is known as Doab. So the region between Krishna and Tungabhadra is known as Raichur Doab. And here South Indian dynasties have fought for a long time to capture this land. All right. Apart from this, as the southern peninsula has a long coastline, we had a lot of cultural and trade ties with our neighboring countries also and the surrounding countries also, such as Java, Sumatra, Burma, and Cambodia. I hope this point is clear. Here you can see the southern peninsula. You can see most of these rivers are flowing parallelly. This Narmada and Tapti, what you see, this flows from east to west and they flow into the Arabian Sea. Whereas most of the rivers, if you see, they flow into Bay of Bengal. Alright, these were the important rivers. This Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri. Alright, this point is clear. Now, the last point of this chapter. Now you see these pre-Aryans. Pre-Aryans are Dravidians who were basically staying in India. Then the Aryans who came during this Vedic era, these Greeks and these other foreigners who came to the India, okay, they got mingled up with our Indian culture so much that today nobody can look at you and say that you belong to the Han dynasty or you came from Turkey or you came from Greece or you are an Indo-Aryan or you are a Dravidian. All of them have so much mixed up with each other, and this is what makes our Indian culture so beautiful and so vast and rich. And that is why we are talking about this diversity. If you would have watched our polity course, you would be able to relate to this. All right. See, if I talk about the text, text were written by those people who came to India in 1500 BC, who were Indo-Aryans. If you are not able to visualize, don't worry. This is just the first chapter of this class. They have mentioned about Dravidian people in their textbooks. Similarly, in the Sangam literature, which is written by Dravidian people, they have mentioned about Sanskrit and Pali language. Who have introduced this Sanskrit and Pali language? These Indo-Aryan peoples who came to India. All right. This point is also clear. In ancient India, now Apart from the birth of Hinduism, there were other religions also which were born, Jainism and Buddhism. Apart from that, we saw that Christianity and Islam dharma came to our India. So whenever somebody, see, don't take it in a political way. If somebody says that this country is not for Islam or for Christian, I feel very, very angry. Why? This country is for everybody, because even this Hinduism, what we see here, the Indo-Aryans also came to our country. So everybody has actually come to our country. All right. So this entire world is a global village. People can travel from one place to the other. All right. It is very wrong to say that this country is only for Hindus. Okay. Now don't take it in a political way. Okay. You have to be apolitical if you are preparing for UPSC. So you have to be secular if you are preparing for UPSC. You have to respect all religions. You have to give place to all religions. All right. So, as we have all these religions in our country, India has become such a diverse and such a beautiful country. All right. And even this name, what we hear, Bharatvarsh, this was given to the entire country after the tribe Bharat. We'll talk about this tribe also later on. Now, this and in the ancient Indian history, entire country was united. Earlier, what was happened? Different regions were ruled by different kings. But at least two times in the ancient Indian history, during the rule of Mauryans and during the rule of Gupta Empire, it has happened that we have attained the political unity of the entire country. Even the foreigners have also recognized the unity of our country. Now, as you know, that there was a river which was flowing, which was Indus, to the northwestern part of our country. Now, this river was also known as Sindhu. So, instead of Sindhu, sometimes they used to call this river as Indus, and that is why our country is now known as India from this river. Another thing is this India word has come from Greek word. And let's say if you're saying that no, Hind is our word, Hindustan, no, this is also a Persian and Arabic word. Okay, and this Sindhu is a Sanskrit term. All right, this is just I'm giving you an overview. You should know about our country. You should know about how these different geographies.
It's good. You ready? Ready? I'm like trying to watch you, baby.
I need to see what I can ask.
Well, you know how to do it. You need to all right, well, you're just going to have to wait on it. We're watching the history of India in the meantime, babe.
They have played an important role in defining history. So now later on, we'll see that there are a lot of wars happening. There are a lot of battles happening. You will be able to understand why they are happening. At what place they are happening. Are they happening at coastal area? Are they happening near the fertile plains? What will be the geographical significance of that land? Today also, let's see if I talk about Siachen Glacier. All right. India is spending in crores of rupees every day over there. All right. So what is the importance of that? Because it is at a strategic importance from where we can look at China, Pakistan and Afghanistan. It is very, very important point for us. So strategic locations are always important to us. I hope this is clear. So I hope this first chapter was very much beneficial to all of you. I request all of you to share about our UPSC digital library to maximum people. Please join our Telegram channel, our Instagram page and our Facebook page, because I will share notes with you, books with you, PDFs with you, whatever will be the required resources and whatever will be the new updates. You will get the new updates before our YouTube channel on these three different resources. So I hope this channel was beneficial to all of you. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on ancient Indian history. So far, we have seen two videos in this course. The first was the introduction class, and the second was chapter 1, in which we saw the geographical features and their impact on. Plays an important role in a country or in any other part of the global village. It will be very, very easy to understand how the history would be framed. In this chapter, we will try to understand what is the prehistory of India, and then we will also look at an example of the one of the oldest civilization or near or at our nation. Now, why I am saying near or at our nation, this answer will be also looked into at the later stage in this video. So let us quickly start chapter 2, prehistoric India and the Harappan culture. Now, before we proceed further, before we start looking up the facts, we need to understand the story. As per the Darwin's theory of evolution,
and you want me to mute it? Doug, do you remember that time that Caspian Sea joined? He did. That's not true at all. What are you're making up lies, bro? Oh, what horseshit? You know that's horseshit. That was the perfect shot, and that's horseshit. I just wanted to let everybody know. HORSESHIT, kids, in the future, when you want a definition of what horseshit is, it would be that right there. It ain't bullshit, baby. That is 100% horseshit.
That actually was. Oh wait, no, I think Caspian that perfect. They even necessarily do.
For the start.
Still in the game.
Thank you very much for doing my best.
What are you talking about? Like amazing girls. I wish there was more holes. There's not as many holes. Honestly, it's refreshing when you play it.
Hey,
Who knows how long?
that was a really good shot. Riser's Park, and I love it. I love the Riser's Park. Like I do. Listen,
My God.
what a beautiful shot. What a beautiful shot. That was amazing, dog. That was fucking amazing.
Wow. Yes, yeah.
I Caspian Sea. He's gonna try to put it. Riser's gonna try to put it in the little circle. What am I talking about? In the little strip. In that little thing. Yeah. That is.
No, both you guys are getting you're not getting it reflected in the full circle unless Rabbi maybe he's looking.
That almost did it.
Actually, that's a good shot.
It's not good. David just give him the hole. God, why David just give him the fucking hole? He's gonna bounce back.
Oh, he just
my ball. If I could have 1 point, that remaining 1 point. That dog. What the fuck? That was good. I don't think it was mobile middle. I think my shot was pretty good actually.
You could have knocked my weight. You can still do it, I guess. That's the best. Are you against it or not?
I like this one.
Fucking joint. I just got a notification that said Drew just hit it out.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I don't really like it, but it's interesting.
You can go on the bottom.
Not my ball. Oh, that's my shot. That's an interesting shot. Water bucket. That's a really good shot. In the water.
I don't know why that.
I know.
You still have to get the skill, so not taking out the skill.
I was a little fearful that I might go. But that, you're right, I should. Correct.
Oh, thank you.
It's just so easy to fall out the water. Which is perfect. Oh. Boy, you guys. I'm going to best shot ever.
You can make this. You can make that. If Zero would keep this here, it'd be like this.
Shout out to Zoo. I love Zoo. I love Zoo. Dude, Caspian Sea's pitching a perfect game.
I don't think
That's what he does.
oh, yeah.
Oh, what a good shot. Riser. Riser.
Shot deserved its museum. Shot.
Hit my ball, that'd be tight. I just want you to know that. Hit my ball, very much. Alright. Riser is kind of a perfect angle and a second shot. Not gonna do it.
No.
What do you think about it? I just perfect. Perfect. Okay. Get my ball beat. Oh, this is a shot. This is not. do? What would you do?
Make it on the left wall, and then
Here? Oh, like this?
yeah,
With that?
not that stupid. You figure a thing. Yes. There you go. There you go.
That's the best advice. The best. The best advice you could. I was not thinking that, man. I was not thinking that at all. Oh, great shot.
Oh,
And Caspian Sea.
There's my ball. Pretty good angle. I don't fucking track. Bullshit angle.
Caspian Sea to continue a perfect game.
Oh wow.
No one's touching it this game.
Oh.
He doesn't know the secret.
He doesn't know about the shadow.
I don't know the shadow.
Never play with you again.
I don't know the shadow. Oh, the shadow. That's what I think. Of course, the shadow. How can I forget? That's the riser special. I call that bitch the riser special. And we can thank riser for that. That's how you play it, son. Oh, what is it? Look at this. Not what I want. Don't do what you want. Don't do what I want. Don't do it. You want to put. Oh, that's a terrible shot. This is what you want to do. Wow, what the fuck? I think that is the shittiest thing. Portal should be one way only. One way only. When you stick your dick in a chip, you don't fight with the other side. In a chick, damn.
No.
Oh, I'm stuck. This shot. Yeah. Bounce. Dude, this. Well, I am the worst person at this. I've never gotten to the third spot. Yes. But he so easily for that. Or not.
Viral rainbow.
No. Terrible shots. Terrible. That was, dude. Riser, I have a question for you. Is it when you're hitting it, is it kind of a cast? Like, because you gotta fuck it up in the rows and stuff. But dude, Caspian would have gotten a perfect score. No, they're still involved. They're still involved. You're not showing it. But there's definitely still.
Oh, there he goes. I just like this X2.
Is it possible for
Get the fuck out.
it's not
So even if I sink it, it doesn't go.
yeah, Caspian excellent win. You really kind of deserve, in my opinion, to flip it. No, you're really good at it, so I don't want you to pitch about it. I dog. Let's see what you got. One of the best shots you're ever going to see.
I actually like this hole because you can, well, I mean, if you fuck it up on the seashore, then you're screwed up. But
That
assuming you make Asia, then you're
it's
free.
this hole sucks. This hole absolutely sucks. I don't know why, but this hole sucks.
Oh, they did it.
That's
So you can get an amazing shot. You're still good.
so that makes me feel better. Oh, yeah. Just no. Keep going. Keep going. Yours keeps going. A little bit more. More shit, dog. Hit his ball. Oh,
Stay ball.
good. But he's got to hit. Oh, no, you got to hit. Oh, perfect shot. Just gave him the win. Hit my ball. That's not it. Maybe you got it. Oh, yeah. Look. Oh, there you go. So if he did that, ooh,
It's really amazing.
are you going high or low?
You can't go anywhere but
Are you sure of that? It's
Oh, wait. If you like right, brick square, like perfectly shot it straight, but unless you like line it up perfect, you know, it's gonna happen. That's the other quirky thing about this fucking game is like you don't execute everything perfectly, trying to get into the fucking like whole brick passages that nothing works.
ooh, that's a really good shot. I can't fucking
No, I think you can. You know, just bounce it, both bounce down.
I think you're fine. I think you have a shot. Maybe like that. Maybe you did. You definitely did. I want to Caspian Sea to make it. This is the first hole.
Bank it
Oh
on the
no,
inside.
Caspian Sea still has a tech. We still technically have not beaten Caspian Show. Yeah,
Last shot would go on the inside.
go on the inside. Go on the inside. Inside.
Inside hole.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
That's okay. Don't feel bad about it. It's basically impossible. Dude, listen to this. This is a hell of a statistic. We've gone 6 holes, and neither Riser nor I have won a hole outright.
that's true.
I am interested.
I would just go the long way. Oh.
I mean, it's not a perfect shot, but it's a good position.
Go.
Just a little short. Caspian Sea, what's he gonna do?
Right,
I don't hit my ball.
yes.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
that was a good shot.
That's Serena.
No way. This is a good shot.
Wow.
Caspian, are you doing anything for Thanksgiving this weekend? Canadian Thanksgiving. Yep. You don't celebrate Canadian Thanksgiving. What's wrong? A block here. Perfect. That's exactly what we did. This is the first hole. This is the first hole where Caspian Sea has not won outright. Or no. Oh, first time someone has beaten him not outright. If you don't hit it well, great shot. Great shot, Riser. And you took away. Oh no, he can still tie us. Oh, no, I was correct on this. Oh, he started a shot. But, oh wow. First finally we both got it. Finally. He has 0 points.
This one is it's just water pump. If you go for the bridge first, you want to go through a deep, or you go long way, just go water pump. Except for where your ball is, it's kind of good.
It's a weird spot. It's not a good
It's
spot.
not a good. It's not a good spot.
It is fun. But it can be devastating for one. It can be devastating for one.
Wow. I like it through. Oh no.
Stay. Wait, but that's getting water bumped. Is it getting water bumped easily? Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But then,
Just sand.
is it
So it's
sand?
gonna be a repeat.
Oh, water bumper. What a great water bump.
What is Andy block? So yeah. So now it's not gonna work. It's actually not gonna work. Way too little.
Way too little.
Wait.
No, that's too much. There you go. That's good. How did you hit? You went right between the movie.
Oh, perfect shot. That's me. Get the next one.
Interesting.
No, it's a block.
Oh, okay. How would it hit that catch if you fuck him up? There you go, dog.
Yes.
Get in.
Oh, yes.
That's not what you wanted, Spicer. That isn't good for you. Oh, what? Oh, we tried not to him. Oh, no, that was good. I was fortunate to get his That's an accident. That's it. I absolutely love this. So, and I just talk about me. Just they just open and talk about it.
The rabbit.
They come it up. That was a pretty good shot. I'm gonna do my best to do, but I'm gonna show you a better shot.
I would do. Were you trying to do this?
No.
They proceeds to hit the worst shot I've ever seen in the history of fucking
What are you trying to do? I'm just Oh, that's what I'm talking about. What you got? I did this one. Sorry. Why does it make this part? Oh, how'd you like that, dog? Make it, Captain C. Oh, dude, what if he made it in the other hole? That would have been amazing. Finally, Captain C taking some L's. He goes, like, just dominates us in the preview. This guys are just, that's the lead. Horse. That is a great shot. Guys are.
That's just what it should be.
Oh, oh no, that's a terrible shot. And it was probably possible. I think it's better than that. Ready for this idea? Actually, short of the water. Short of the water. That's not what I wanted to do. Did you like that though? Good. Not like that. Dude, that was a bad shot of yours. Got rid of the Could I fucking. Oh, this is like. Okay, I could go for it. But it's harder to just get the two or get the two card. I could have gone for it to try to get through. Actually, I don't know that but I agree with you. I should have gone for it. Of course, shit. All right. Rise up. How many? One more? Okay, here we go. Lock it. Riser, take your shot. Could take him forever. When you get into Riser's head, that's actually a really nice shot. I just like how that shot went. I appreciate that. It was smooth. That's a good shot. I'm going to try to I like it. They call me Euclid because I hate geometry. Now this is a good shot.
Honestly, I'll take the fucking little like portal rainbow things over the pinwheels. I fucking
Did you control? All right. Remember that time that he put his ball down and hit it? And just did it without any kind of any trying, and that does a way better shot than me. Way better. Way better. His shot is amazing. Our shots are like okay, average. His shot was waterfall. I'm gonna waterfall.
that's definitely possible. Oh, you did it.
I didn't waterfall you, but kind of smart. He could waterfall. He was waterfall. Oh, he helped him. You helped him so much less.
Not really. I don't have a next shot.
He gave you an extra. He gave you a shot. You were fine.
Now I help you.
You did that.
Yeah, you can go straight through. I'm
misinformation. You want me to fucking drown is what you want. Oh, you can just go through a puddle. You can't touch any of the water in this bitch, but you're fucked. It's cold. It's cold.
That's going in the water.
It's cold. It's cold.
But it's passing out of water.
Or water. What are you gonna do? Get your shot, dog. That was good. That's a good shot. You didn't get the. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, no. Sit. Bounce it off. Oh, God. And then the strangest of this. This is all water. This is so wet, it should bring a swim truck. This is so wet, bring your bathing suit, baby.
Oh, wait.
Water. Off the tree, dog. That's your only shot. Off the tree. You can do it. Nope. Yep. There you go. That's all the only shot you have. Right. SPT has a nice little opportunity.
Oh, no.
Too bad. Rabbi, how could the fast lead? Here we go, baby.
There's a safe strap in the back.
Oh shit, I forgot. I fucked it up, but I still
It's a pretty good.
I ruined it. I ruined the team play. Ruined the team. And then everybody does that. That's something. Ooh, that's something.
Wait, you can water.
I know. There's a strategy out there. You can maybe push too fast. Way too fast. Way too fast, though. Beautiful. Beautiful fast. And, oh no.
It's gotta hurt.
Yeah. Oh, almost as badly as that. Almost as badly as that. Let's see your shot. How do you do it, Ping Pong? That's your shot. Oh.
Wow.
That's a racial slur. We're on board using that. It is. A lot of people don't know. But it's got something. It's anti-Romani people, formerly known as, yeah, the people who were, like, they used to refer to these people as, this is not to be, for the future, I'm doing this for education purposes. They were the people known as the Gypsy people. They're now known as the Romani people. And the term that you use is slur. That's okay. One that a lot of people don't know. Another one that people don't know is Patty Dragon. Patty Dragon. All right.
Who's that offensive to?
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, wait, do your strategy, but
Riser has a chance to really fuck me. That's not a good shot. That is not a good shot. Oh, but that is good. That shot might be. Caspian Sea, that's a good shot. It was almost. Oh! That would have been it.
I don't think I'm winning this one.
I want to play that pussy hole. I never did well on it because I'm always distracted by that pussy. I don't think I play it. And that's not where the hole is. That's where I quit. I want to chew on it like bubble gum. Oh! Riser. Riser. That was not it, though. Riser. That was not the shot. Caspian Sea. Puts a pillow over your face. Oh, that was good. But too little, too late, son. Caspian Sea coming up with the number 2 spot. All right, I hate this one.
Oh, this one. Actually, does count. It's 6, but
Oh boy, I helped everybody. Oh, great. Dancing my ball. Excellent second shot. Thinking more. Better second shot.
alright, let's see your shot. What a nice shot. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, why don't you just put this ball?
That's not how you do it. You fucked up. No, that's a good shot. That's okay. This is too short.
Oh my God.
What an amazing shot. That was one of the best shots I've ever had. Because I wasn't even trying. I was like, oh, there's no fucking way. It's too far away. And I fucking got it. Oh, wow, was that fortunate shot.
Wow. Got so lucky.
So fortunate.
Give you a 4.
How about I just give you guys the win? I just give you the win.
No.
He knows the secret now.
Well, there's no secret. You have done like a good angle. That might work. I get a perfect shot here, really.
Fuck me. Oh, dude, he gave it right. Even though I still had to tee it off.
I've never completed this before.
I've never doing so shitty up. Terrible.
Oh, riser to ancestors. Fucking this
No.
guy.
No, it's impossible.
No. You can if you some oh no.
That shot. Oh, that fucking TV, Cascade TV, fucking
He's shit. I let him win. Everybody knows I let him win. I didn't even lose. I just
evolution, we all have evolved from an ape. Now, if you look at this picture carefully, there must have been a time wherein all our hands and feet were used for traveling purpose. But there must have been some time wherein where we would have tried to stand on just our 2 feet and thus our hand would have become free. कभी ना कभी तो ऐसा हुआ होगा कि 4 पैरों पे चलते चलते हमको ये रियलाइज होना शुरू हो गया होगा ये एक दिन में नहीं हुआ होगा this would not have happened in one day but over a series of events, let's say 100 let's say 1000 years or 2000 years, wherein we would have felt that we can manage and we can walk in 2 legs.
Riser, when all is said and done, I'm gonna have Frosty make our own version of the history of India, and it's gonna be 10 minutes.
And then what will happen? Our hands will become free to do other works such as picking up objects or eating something with just
There's going to be a whole chapter on old school RuneScape.
our hands. Or let's say we can walk also and we can eat also. Otherwise, if you look at any other animal such as a dog will first of all sit and with first of its 2 feet, with its paws, it will try to hold the food and then eat the food. I hope you guys are getting this point.
Fuck yeah,
So
we get
this
this point,
remarkable
baby.
evolution must have taken a lot of time, in which now we have got an erect spinal cord, though generally it is in the form of double S shape. Right now, our spinal cord is in double S shape. Okay, we will not go much into the biological details, but the main thing what I want to tell you is from 4 feet we came to 2 feet, which has helped us to increase our height. Now, if we are walking on 4 feet, our range of seeing at things is much lesser. Whereas, let's say you are standing in a forest in a grassland. Now, if you stand up, you can see above the grass and you can find out your enemies. So this was very important thing that has happened in the past. Second very important thing in the history, what happened was the discovery of fire. Now, initially, how individuals would have come to know about fire was through thunderstorms or through the fires that break out in the forest. Now, initially they would have got scared from the fire and they would have run away. वो आग से डरकर भागते होंगे because it feels pain once we get burned. But slowly, as they started walking, their hands became free. They would have realized if they start playing with stones and if they start striking stones together, it might generate fire. And even if they take any wooden piece and if they start rubbing it on another surface, it may also generate fire. So this also would have not happened in one day. This also might have happened in India at some point of time, might have happened in Australia at another point of time. So uh, do not exactly learn what are the dates in ancient history because we do not have any written records for them. Through the archaeological scientific evidence, we try to analyze that this might have happened at so and so time. I hope this point is also clear. Now, when we talk about history, obviously we talk about these terms such as BC and AD. We also talk about BCE and CE. So what are these terms? So BC stands for before Christ, before the birth of Christ. Now you will also find AD. Some people say that this is after death, but this has generally come from a Latin word Anno Domini, which means in the year of the Lord. So right now, if we say that 2020, so we will say 2020 AD. So you have to go back in time up to 180. Now, before that, it will be 1 BC, and then this will happen in reverse order 2 BC, 3 BC. So, this way, this chronology will happen. Same thing, this BC and AD, same thing you can replace with before Common Era, which is BCE, and CE Common Era. Now, most of the countries they are using BC and AD because you all know that the Britishers have had huge colonies in most of the countries in the world. That is why, that is why even in India we started following this BC and AD sort of calendar around 200 years ago. Why 200 years ago? Because from 1858 Government of India Act was passed and we were actually following the rules that were laid out by the British government. I hope this is clear. Let us proceed. Now, if we talk about our prehistoric time, as I have already told you, we do not have any written records for them. Whereas we still have a lot of archaeological remains through which we are able to reconstruct the history. हमारे पास कोई लिखित प्रमाण नहीं है, लेकिन हम आर्कियोलॉजिकल एविडेंसेस से पता लगाते हैं कि प्री हिस्टोरिक टाइम में क्या हुआ होगा. All right. Now, what are those archaeological things through which or remains through which we come to know about our prehistory? These includes the stone tools, the pottery, the other artifacts, and the metal implements. And thus, this development of archaeology has helped us a lot to understand about the life and culture of the prehistoric period. Now, when we will talk about prehistoric period, we will talk about a few ages. All right. The first will be Paleolithic, which is before 10,000 BC. Second will be Mesolithic, which will be before 10,000 to 6,000. Third will be Neolithic, which will be between 6,000 to 4,000. And then we'll talk about Metal Age, where I have not specified the time. Even right now also, the Metal Age is going on. We still use metal. We can also say that right now the technology age is also going on because now we are immensely using technologies. The industrial revolution happened, and right now this is, you can say, the fourth phase of the industrial revolution, in which we are talking about big data and how we can virtualize the things or how we can automate the things. All right. Anyways, sir, what is the meaning of Paleolithic? What is the meaning of Mesolithic? What is the meaning of Neolithic? See, lithic means stone, means patthar. Lithic का मतलब होता है पत्थर. Paleo means old. That is why it is old Stone Age. Meso means middle. That is why it is middle Stone Age. Neo means new, and that is why it is new Stone Age. I hope this point is clear. One more thing is, once after the Neolithic age, that means after 4000 BC, when we will enter into Metal Age, please know that first we came to know about copper and bronze. All right. So iron was not probably the first metal to be discovered. So after this, we came to know about iron, and we came to know about copper and bronze. We came to know about gold and silver. Later on, approximately from 1500 BC, we came to know about iron. So when we will study Harappan civilization or Harappan culture, please note that generally this used to be asked previously in the that which of the following metal was not known to the Harappan culture? And examples were gold, silver, this copper and iron. So the answer is iron. Iron was not known to them. All right. So we will look into that. One more thing is these date ranges also what I am telling you, these are also not uniform. Okay, these are just an approximation. So don't come back to me saying that in so and so book some other date is mentioned and in this book you are telling that this is the right date. All right. I've already told you these periods are not uniform. Okay. And the dating of this is done scientifically. One of the technique is radiocarbon dating. It is measured on the base of loss in the carbon in organic matter. एक टेक्निक है रेडियो कार्बन डेटिंग. हर ऑर्गेनिज्म में कार्बन होगा, हाइड्रोजन होगा और ऑक्सीजन होगा. These are the organic elements based on which we are made up of. Now we will lose carbon year after year. So due to this loss of carbon, we are able to predict the age. Another such dating method is dendrochronology. This refers to the number of tree rings. Let us have a look at them one by one. Now, this is an example of radiocarbon dating. Now, if you look at this animal, let's say at the time of death, this animal will have 100% of its carbon 14 element in it, the isotope of this. All right. After a few years, 50% of the carbon 14 will be lost. After, let's say, these many years, only this much percentage of carbon 14 will be left. And after these many years, this much percent of carbon 14 will be left. So based on this, we can identify the age of this. How exactly now this is identified? This is a subject of archaeology, but I hope I have given you guys a rough idea. Let us move forward. I also told you about one more term, that is dendrochronology. So now you guys can see this. This is a tree, and let's see if we cut a tree. Okay, first of all, I'm not encouraging anybody to cut tree. Okay, save environment, because at the end of the day, that is how we will sustain. We will get a sustainable development. All right, we need a good environment and a good nature for our survival. So if you cut a tree, or let's say there's a broken tree kept and you cut it, you will see these sort of ring structures in that. Based on that also, you can find out the age of a tree. For example, here, let's say this is 1960. Now, if you start counting this up to 10, you can say that 10 years have so far passed. So this way also, the age is being found by the archaeologist. And you know, there are a few trees who live for 100 years, who live for 1,000 years. And thus, it would be helpful for archaeologists to find out if there is something relevant to them. I hope this point is also clear. Now, as I told you, we will talk about Paleolithic, we will talk about Mesolithic, we will talk about Neolithic. Paleo means old, Meso means middle, Neo means new, and then we'll talk about the Metal Age. So here, first we are starting with Paleolithic or Old Stone Age. Now, please know that generally these kind of sites, Paleolithic, are found near the water sources because people were not knowing about agriculture. All right. So they used to stay near the water sources such as pond, rivers, or sea. It is because it was easy for them to fetch water for their drinking purpose. Now they also used to stay in rock shelters or caves. They rarely used to stay in huts made up of leaves. So that means they do not know how to make homes also. So this was a salient feature of Paleolithic age. I hope you guys are able to imagine. If not, let us have this pic. You can see this cave. People are staying over here and they are hunting animals and they are eating. When they used to be free, they used to draw inside the caves also for passing their time. All right. So food was obtained by hunting animals and gathering edible plants and animals. That is why they are not agriculture people. They are not farmers. They are hunter gatherers. All right. And what tools they used to use? Suppose hand sized. They used to get stones and pebbles near the water sources, Nadi Kinare, near the river, we will get these stones. They used to gather them and they used to make their hunting tools from them. All right. Now, as this I have already told, large pebbles they used to get near the river surface. Now, if they have to hunt a large animal such as, let's say, a bull, big bull for hunting. So one person, it's very difficult for one person to hunt that. So multiple people used to work together and used to do hunting. I told you they used to do painting also sometimes when they were free, and some paintings have been found in places such as Bhimbetka. Bhimbetka is in Madhya Pradesh. All right. So these are some of the famous sites of the Paleolithic or Old Stone Age. These are some of the examples. Here, some of the prominent Paleolithic sites have been mentioned in this map. You can pause this video and you can locate them. Sometimes in UPSC mains, they ask you a few Paleolithic sites and they ask you to locate them on the map. All right. It's because you do not have to mug up things.
In the flesh, baby. How we living, pimps? I love you too. Apologies. I know. If you've ever seen my thoughts, excellent. I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity. I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore, and I spam for world peace to make people aware of my stream. Well, they're probably right on being the biggest troll. I need to do it so that people are aware of who I am. You have to understand, I would be a normal streamer to you, and you would have no idea who I am, but for the fact that I spam. Yeah. He does not like me. Oh, I appreciate it. Excellent. So let me tell you about what I do. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. On YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, on Instagram, on 33 different platforms, on 8 different devices at a given time. I'm an American too. So if you don't mind, I'd love to tell you about my project. Excellent. Absolutely. So thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the opportunity. So we talk about some things on my stream that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology. We talk about de-extinction. We talk about things like fission, energy fusion, hydropower, geothermal power. We talk about things like mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download. I mean this when I say it. If you remember anything about what I'm going to say, it's this. I don't think that the people in here are ever going to die because of the fact that we have mind uploading technology, and that may change the way that you address your life. The reason why I say that is because we have the ability to scan your brain into a computer and have that information stored at a later date. And that can be downloaded into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an avatar, an android, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. And I want you to know that if you haven't considered the opportunity, perhaps at digital immortality, you may have an opportunity. And that's a really exciting premise. I'm not here to do any of that. I want you to be able. No, no, absolutely, absolutely not. And you should know this is if you want. If you want to live a normal life of 80 or 100 or 120 die like a normal person. Hell yeah! I think we're all looking for 69, baby. Absolutely. Well, I tell you what, I'm looking for 69 too. But if I want to go a little older than that, you never know. But whatever age you want to be comfortable with leaving, you can have that option too. But I want people to know if you want. If so, there are some other discussions that we have. Oh, okay, well, maybe it may sound like a punishment to you. As I've said, I spam because I want people to know that I stream my life for world peace. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. So absolutely. So, what else did we discuss on this stream? I appreciate that. Some other things that we discussed in addition to ending war with world peace, we talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology. Some of the types of technology that we want to utilize on a larger scale are things like agricultural drones, are things like floating greenhouses, like vertical farming, like hydroponics, like saltwater greenhouses, through cloud seeding perhaps. We want to end greenhouses. Saltwater greenhouses. It's essentially a way that you can use salt water and reverse osmosis to be able to irrigate plants. Okay, well, I want you to know that I appreciate the opportunity and to tell you about my project. I know you're not. I know you're not. You gave me a very nice opportunity to be able to tell you about my project, and I've had the opportunity to. And I answered your question why I spam everybody. Certainly, I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You should know that the reason why you all know who I am is because of my bots. But for my bots, you wouldn't know who I am. And I would have to come in here and explain to you. You know who I am. And I want you to know I really appreciate that. And exactly. Exactly. For publicity, it's free advertising. I'm living my life as well as I can. Okay. How are you? How are you? Excellent. I'm doing well too. Absolutely. Okay, so let me close on this subject. It's known as de-extinction. If you aren't familiar with de-extinction, one of the things that we have with de-extinction, I understand that. We've moved on to de-extinction. No, I'm talking about de-extinction. There's a company called Colossal Bioscientific that was founded in 2021 that have that goal to bring back the woolly mammoth by 2028 and reintroduce Hey guys, I'm just gonna be honest with you. If I can't tell you about this stuff, or if I have to talk over it, it doesn't work. So I want you to know. I'm gonna close on this. There's a company called Colossal Bioscientific. I suggest you all look into it. By 2028, they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth. After the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. And I think that's a really exciting future. I agree. I agree. Anything that you may be able to want in the future may be a possibility with technology, and I have a very positive outlook on it. With that, I want you to know I really appreciate your time, and sincerely, I want to help all of you in the future. If my streak ever goes viral, I'm going to make sure to take care of all of you, all of your families and your friends. Thank you so much for the opportunity to support these babies. Shout out to those guys. Did you hear this? Wow, we have a celebrity. Yeah, we do.
You have to visualize also. Let us proceed further. From Paleolithic, now people move to Mesolithic. Here I have already told you what was the characteristics of people. लोग कैसे रहते थे, क्या खाते थे, कैसे जीते थे, ये मैंने आप लोगों को बता दिया. Now, how was the lifestyle of people in Mesolithic? Now, the lifestyle of Mesolithic, this date ranges approximately 10,000 BC to 6,000 BC. All right. Now, this was a tradition. This was a transitional phase between the old Stone Age and the new Stone Age. Okay, some of the remains are these are some of the places where Mesolithic remains have been found. Here also people used to have some paintings and engravings in the rock shelters, which also tell about their social and economic life. Now, another important thing is here these stone tools that they were using. Earlier, they were using big stones. Now, the size of the stone got significantly reduced. Some of these stone tools got reduced so much that they were not more than 5 centimeters in size. And such stone tools were known as microliths. Micro means small, all right, and lith means stone. So, even very small stone tools were also used. This you can see. This is a very small stone tool being used. Where this was used, sir? Now you all know that they were hunter gatherers. That means they used to hunt the animals and they used to eat. They used to collect fruits also and edible plants also to eat. Now, as the size of the stone tool got reduced, so now they were able to hunt small animals also. Now you tell me, you go to a pond, do you think with a big stone it is easy to catch a fish? Or let's say you have a small stone tool and which you tie to a stick and then you try to hunt a fish. Obviously, this case would be easier, and that is why the hunting from big animals to the small animals also started. They also started using bow and arrow because now they realized that small stone tools can also be used. They started staying at a place for a longer time because they learned what is known as horticulture. Now, I will explain you this. See, they do not become a full-scale settled people, or they do not realize what exactly is agriculture completely. लेकिन क्या हुआ? Let's say when they were eating fruits or something, sometimes the seed will fall, and they will see that the plants are growing from there. They must have felt that if we take care of these plants, so we don't have to go to another place. We can stay here, we can take care of these plants. In the meanwhile, these plants are growing. We can catch the other animals for hunting. We can catch fish for hunting. And in the meanwhile, once these plants will grow, we will get something to get eat from these plants also. I hope you guys are understanding this. At the same time, you guys will also realize that they also realized that not all animals will hurt them. Some animals, such as dog, deer, boar, and ostrich. They were not hurting them. Dog became a human being's friend. They can even stay with the deer. Deer will stay with them. If they will take care of deer, deer will not run away. Later on, they can cook and eat them. Same goes with ostrich. Now, if you know, in India, in prehistoric time, even ostrich evidences have also been found. So they could have got the ostrich egg, and that could also have been used for eating. So that is why this microlith stone tools became so important in their life that sometimes during their burials, when they were dead, these microlithic tools and shells of these ostrich and the animal bones have been buried along with them. Maybe they might have felt that, let's say somebody will die, let us give them these facilities so that in their next birth they will get these things by default. So that means they might have thought about rebirth. We don't know, but these are the evidences. So let's talk about Neolithic or New Stone Age now. So this is the date range for this. Remarkable progress has happened in human civilization in New Stone Age. All right, these are a few examples where these sites are located. All right, and these are the sites from Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. You can read them. You can pause and read. And from the map also, you can identify the Neolithic sites. All right. Now, one remarkable discovery what happened in Neolithic was the discovery of wheel. Now the traveling will become very easy. Apart from traveling, now they can make pottery. They can store food. They can cook food easily. I hope you guys are able to understand this. So now they don't have to eat raw food. They can cook food and they can eat. This was a very significant discovery that happened in the Neolithic time or the New Stone Age. All right. Now, what happened was they understood what was agriculture. Now, in Mesolithic, that was a transitional phase. They were doing experiments and trying to see, okay, if we are catching these plants and eating, if the seeds fall, whether it will grow or not. By this time, they realized that they can do agriculture. Instead of the grass huts, they switched to mud brick homes. Now, when they don't have to travel from one place to the other in search of food, they can settle in one place for a long time as long as the soil is fertile. They can grow crops. Don't you think they will get some free time? If people will get some free time, they will start enjoying together also. Their social life will improve. As a result, what started happening was they started polishing their stone tools. All right. In Paleolithic time, in Old Stone Age time, they had big stones. In Mesolithic, they had microliths also. They had small stone tools. In Neolithic, they started polishing their stone tools. And they realized if they polished their stone tools, it was easy to cut through the animals and hunt them. All right. Now, those who are pure vegetarians, okay, they might be feeling little awkward. But see, most of the human beings in the earlier times, they used to eat animals, right? Now you will say, no, sir, we have read in Rig Vedic era and other era that they were not eating cows and all. Yes, that was the later stage. This is before that time, all right? That Rig Vedic era started from 1500 BC. Right now, we are talking for somewhere around 4000 BC. Please imagine this time difference, all right? Now they started growing wheat, barley, rice, millets in different parts of areas at different point in time. So it didn't happen that at 4000 BC they started growing wheat in all parts of the world. Maybe at 4000 BC wheat was grown, let's say in India. So let's say in Mesopotamia barley was grown. All right, rice cultivation was extensive in the eastern area. Okay, now they also started making clothes and started wearing clothes made up of cotton and wool in the Neolithic age. So this was a remarkable development in the human civilization. Now, as I told you, first we will see about Paleolithic, then Mesolithic, then Neolithic, then comes the Metal Age. So now let's try to see what happened in Metal Age. In Metal Age, people realized that they can extract out metal from their ores. Now, if metal is discovered, this is a very, very big discovery. For those of you who do not know how metal is obtained from their ores, this process is known as smelting. By applying heat to the ore, the base metal can be extracted. This is used in metallurgy process. By this method, many metals can be obtained from their ore, such as silver, iron, copper, and other metals. All right. Now, don't go much into the detail. I just wanted to get a rough idea of this. All right. So, after the Neolithic was followed this metal age. In metal, also we call this as Chalcolithic age, that is copper stone. Why copper? Because iron is not yet discovered. First, copper and bronze were discovered. Sir, why still it is written as Chalcolithic? Lithic means stone. Yes, because they have not given up on stone tools. Along with those metals, they were still using stone tools also. All right. I hope this point is clear. Now, as they realized that they can obtain metal from their ores, the people started traveling to different parts in order to obtain metals. And hence, the network of this Chalcolithic culture expanded, and people came to know about multiple other civilizations surviving in other parts of the world. मतलब लोगों ने ट्रैवल करना शुरू कर दिया अलग अलग पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड में टू ऑब्टेन मेटल, और वो दूसरे लोगों से भी उन्होंने मिलना जुलना शुरू कर दिया. Most of these cultures have also grown along the river valleys. One of the most important Chalcolithic culture or this era, one of the example is the Harappan culture, which we will see now. All right. Now these are the examples in South India. They developed along these rivers. All right. Now, when the metal age started in other parts of the world, okay, in South India they were not using metals, but slowly by second millennium BC, that means by 200 BC, there is also evidence that they started using copper and bronze. All right. Now this age was followed by Iron Age. Iron Age is somewhere around 1500 BC when the Aryans entered the India and started staying in the India. Now, how we know that iron was used? Because it is frequently referred in the Vedas, for which we have written records. All right. Now, the iron was also frequently used in megalithic burials also. Mega means big and lithic means stone. मतलब जब किसी को हम मार कर दफनाते हैं, when somebody dies and we bury them, that time megalithic burials was used in South India very frequently. All right, megalithic means large stones, and these graves are extensive in South India. These are some of the sites where you can see. Now, red and black pottery was also very extensive. Iron artifacts, sickles and hoes. All right, these were found along with the burial pits. This is an example. As you can see, the big stones. So that is why these are known as megalithic burials. There was a small hole also, from where, let's say, you have buried somebody, some of your relative or friend. After a few years, you guys can still pay tribute by putting in a few things inside this grave from this hole. I hope this point is clear. And from this map, you guys can identify the megalithic sites also. All right. Now let us understand the Harappan civilization, which forms a part of the Metal Age. Specifically talking, it forms a part of the Chalcolithic age, wherein we talk about copper and we are still using stones. Okay, I hope this point is clear. Now understand this. Now how we came to know about this civilization. In the year 1857, the railways were being constructed in the Lahore-Multan area. This is right now in Pakistan, but earlier you know that Pakistan, Bangladesh, all of them were an integral part of India. During that time, the workers, whatever underground buildings were coming, they were destroying all of them. But then when the archaeologists came to know, they stopped. Wait a second. You are destroying something which was very significant to the history. So please let me tell you, a lot of this civilization at the Harappan site has been demolished due to this construction. But still, we were able to recover a few things. And through those excavations we are able to tell about this civilization. Both these places are now in Pakistan. These earliest excavations were done in Harappan in western Punjab, which is in western Punjab, and Mohenjo-daro. All right, these were the two most important cities of this civilization. It was first called the Indus Valley Civilization, but remember, later on, other cities were also discovered away from such valley. That is why the name was changed to Indus Civilization. And why this name Indus? Because most of the cities were near the river Indus. All right. It is also known as Harappan civilization because Harappa was the first city to be discovered among this civilization. I hope this point is also clear. Now, these are the other sites which were excavated apart from Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, Kot Diji in Sindh, Kalibangan in Rajasthan, Ropar in Punjab, Banwali in Haryana, Lothal, Surkotada, and Dholavira. All these three are in Gujarat. Now, the larger cities are approximately a few hundred acres in size. Now, if I talk about Mohenjo-daro, this is the largest city and it has an area of about 200 acres. I hope this is very simple and we can proceed further. Now, in this map, you guys can identify the prominent, not you guys can identify the prominent cities of the Harappan culture. All right, you can pause this map, you can try to visualize this, and then you guys can proceed. All right. Now, when we talk about the important stages or phases of revolution of this Harappan culture also, it can also be divided into four parts: pre-Harappan, early Harappan, mature and late. Now, this is the earliest time when they started to lead a settled agriculture life. Matlab, right now, there were nomads people, all right, around this Indus River, started to live an agriculture life, which was the pre-Harappan time. In early Harappan, they started from rural to urban lives and they started growing up towns. This was the transition phase. This is the main phase of Harappan wherein these big cities emerged out. And lately in the late Harappa, the decline of this civilization started. We'll look at how the decline happened. All right. Now, if we study about this Harappan civilization, we need to understand a few salient features. हमको समझना पड़ेगा कि हड़प्पन सिविलाइजेशन की टाउन प्लानिंग कैसे होती थी. What was the economic life? What was the social life? Was there any art and culture there? What was the script that these people were using? Was there some language that they were using? Was there any religion used by these people? And when people used to die, what was the burial method? All right. So let us have a look at these things one by one. Let us have a look at town planning. Now, see, right now, if you go to big cities, you will find that there's a colony, there's another colony in a city, there's one more colony, one more colony. So you can see that they're cutting each other at 90 degrees. So that means the cities are designed in grid structure. Same way, see, even at that time in Harappan culture, the streets and lanes were cutting each other at 90 degrees. They were laid out in grid structure. If you look at these three cities, Harappan, Mohenjo-daro, and Kalibangan, they had their own citadel. Sir, I don't understand what is this citadel. That means the city had a place where the houses were on a lower side and a few of the houses were on the higher plane. So there might be difference that the rich class was staying there and the poor people were staying there, or maybe the kings and the warriors were staying there and the normal people were staying there. All right. Now, one more remarkable feature is, unlike the Neolithic age, their homes were not made of mud bricks. Okay, it was made up of burnt bricks, and moreover, it were not made up of stone bricks. Okay, this was a very, very remarkable structure. Now, houses were also made up of this grid pattern. What is made right now? You can see how beautifully the houses were structured so that its strength has remained right now. Even right now, during excavations, people have found out about those homes. All right. And even if we talk about the drainage system, it was underground. It was so beautifully designed. All right. All those houses had a drainage system which was interconnected, which used to come over here and then it used to go out of the city. So that means it's not like people first made their home and somebody else come and made their home. The entire city was planned by some architects, and then the city was designed. Such a beautiful civilization it was. All right, such a beautiful town planning it was. Here you guys can see an example to understand. So this is, you can say, a citadel wherein you can see the upper city and this is the lower city. This is just to help you to visualize. I'm not sure you guys will find this in much of the books that you read. All right. Now, one more important thing is there was a great thing found, that was a great bath in Mohenjo-daro. Now, this was basically served as a ritual bathing purpose. All right. The measurement, you guys can see this. And it was so beautifully designed that besides this bathing structure, there were rooms also for changing clothes for both men and women. And there was a place so that water can come inside this bathing place. All right. And there was a place from where water can go inside. And the surface was also made up of burned bricks so that water cannot seep inside. All right. You guys can see this. In Mohenjo-daro, the biggest building is a granary. Granary is a place wherein if you have food in abundance, you can store that. And this is the size of it. In Harappa also, the granaries are found, as many as 6 granaries. Now, what does this signify? This signifies that people were not dying for food. They were having food in abundance. That is why they were storing food in granaries. I hope you guys are able to understand this. Now, this is the picture of the Great Bath. You can see that people can get inside from both the corners. All right. And besides, there were rooms where people could change clothes also. This is the Great Bath. This is an example of granary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. So these ways, granaries were there. These are broken right now. But if you try to visualize them, you can visualize that granaries might have looked this way somewhere in the past, where the grains would have been stored. All right. Now, if I talk about their economic life, wheat and barley were their main crops that they used to grow. Apart from that, sesame, mustard, and cotton were also grown. Now, these animals were domesticated, sheep, goats, and buffaloes. Now, whether they knew about horses, they were using horse or not, this is not yet confirmed. That is why in some of the exams, such as SSC, CGL, and bank exams, many times this question has been asked, which of the following animal was not known to the Indus Valley civilization? And the answer would be horse, according to this. All right. Now, as there was food in abundance, so not everybody has to get engaged themselves in agriculture. Right now, is everybody doing farming right now? No. There are a few people who are doing farming, a few people are engineers, a few are doctors. Same way, when the food production was abundant, there were a few people who were making bricks, a few were cutting stones, all right, a few were making boats, a few were making terracotta, toys, and other stuffs. All right. And as this is a integral part of the Metal Age, bronze and copper vessels are also outstanding examples of the Harappan art and this craft. All right. In some places, red and black pottery is also found. Some places, gold and silver ornaments are also found. Some places, these beads are made up of semi-precious stones. All right. Now, as people were staying in different cities, Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Kalibangan, Lothal, different places. So internal trade was also extensive. Internal trade takes place through barter system. That time barter system was prevalent. Barter system means you give me wheat, I will give you rice. So currency was not in use during Harappan civilization. All right. So now foreign trade was mainly done with Mesopotamia, Afghanistan, and Iran. So I have heard about Afghanistan and Iran. What is this Mesopotamia? So Mesopotamia is right now what you call as Iraq. All right. All right. Some people also get confused. It is Egypt. Okay. Now there is also much evidence of trade happening between Indus and Sumerian people. Now Sumerian is South Mesopotamian, which you can also say South Iraq people. Now, if you look at this word Mesopotamia, this means between two rivers. The actual meaning of this word Mesopotamia means the land between two rivers. Now, what are those two rivers between this city was flourishing? One is Euphrates and one is Tigris. All right. I hope this point is also clear. Trade was of barter type. Now, these were copper, gold, tin, and several precious, semi-precious stones were imported, whereas the agricultural products, wheat, barley, peas, other things such as cotton, pottery, terracotta, figures, ivory products made from the elephant teeth, these were exported. All right. Now, various seals have also been found. Now, seals plays an important role. Let's say from India, I am sending something to Mesopotamia. So, in that container, if I will put a seal, so they can be reassured that okay, this has come from India, from our Harappa, and if this seal is there, they can be sure that in between the product has not been opened and tampered. I hope this point. Even right now, seals are being used, and people say that if seal is tampered off, please do not accept the material. All right. Now, there's a place known as Lothal. Okay. This was the port city of the Harappan culture, from where you find that the sea transport was also relevant. These are a few examples of the seals of the Harappan civilization. Now, you will say how these people came to know about bull. See, if they have made the drawings of bull, if they have made the drawings of tiger, if they have made the drawings of elephant, that means they were knowing these animals, right? If they have made the drawings of a peacock, that means they knew these animals and birds. All right. Now, if I talk about social life, okay, so they were having two pieces of clothes. Okay. Now, the every individual was wearing one upper garment and one lower garment. Even ladies were wearing jewelries also. All right, and the ornaments were made up of semi-precious and precious metal also. Now, at uh, various places, various articles have also been.
What's up, dude?
How do you think, Kim?
That's alright. I'll go check my number real quick. That's my number is trying.
There you go. That's what it's about, baby.
Nice to what you like.
Oh, yeah. I just accidentally.
To being found,
Paused.
such as ivory, shells, stones, and potteries in Mohenjo-daro. Even combs, fish hooks, knives have been found. So that means they knew fishing also. All right. And even at places, they have found a plowing cart, जिसको हम लोग खेती में इस्तेमाल करते हैं, हल जोतने के लिए. In a child's top, one terracotta toy of a plow has also been found. So that means they knew the use of this plow, which would have helped them to sow seeds also. See, this is where you have to relate things. If let's say you get a toy of, let's say, a tiger, so that means you have to imagine that those people were knowing about tiger. All right. So as I told you, fishing, they knew about hooks. So fishing was also one of the regular occupation, whereas bullfights and hunting were some of their famous pastimes. All right. Now they have not given up on stones, and these were some of the weapons that they used to make. Apart from stones, they started making these tools such as axes, spearheads, daggers of coppers and bronze. Now, obviously, if you will make a knife of bronze instead of a stone, it will be much more stronger. All right, that was about stone social life, and as you can see here, all right, from this excavation, you can see in this painting or in uh, this what has been excavated. First of all, you can see the beard. So that means they were having a lot of time to give time to their themselves. Second thing is just look at the design on their clothes. So that means it is not that they were just wearing clothes. They were living a very sedentary and very comfortable life, and that is why they were getting time for such embroidery also. Look at the beautiful uh, this jewelry what they were wearing. Look at the blades what they were using for different purpose. So their social life was very good. All right. Apart from that, if I talk about their arts, okay. So one dancing girl, one bronze dancing girl has been found from Mohenjo-daro. So that means where they were very good in art and culture. They were very good in sculpture making. All right. Two stone statues have been found from Harappa. All right. Pottery is another example of fine arts. All right. This many jars have been found. Many pots have been found. They have been painted also. Many pictorial motifs have been found. Motifs means many designs have been found. All right. So ideally, what I'm trying to summarize to you is they were very good in making sculptures, arts, potteries also. These are a few examples. Just look at this. These many years back, from a bronze they have made this statue. And look at the refinement. Look at how beautifully they have made this statue. Look at the pottery what they have made. Look at the designs and motifs here. Look at the designs. See, such a beautiful art and culture was there in the Harappan civilization. I hope you guys are able to imagine this. If I talk about script means likhi, means like let's say we write in Hindi or English, same way they must also have been following a script. They also had a script which had 400 to 600 signs, out of which 40 to 60 were basic and the rest were their variants. Now, mostly they were writing from right to left and then from left to right and then right to left. This way they were following. This is known as Bostrophodon method, which means writing in reverse direction in alternative lines. Okay, let me show you that. You can see this. This is a sample. So first they are writing this way, and then they are writing in reverse, and then in this way, and then this in this reverse. So that means they have to learn two ways of reading, right? One is written S in this way, and another is written no. You can see their diagrams. These diagrams, all right. If you laterally invert them, if you look it in the mirror, okay, L will appear this way inside the mirror. Okay, but what about O? If you look at O in the mirror, it will still look the same. All right. So these are a few signs which they were using. All right. They are yet to be deciphered. All right. So if those signs will be deciphered, it will become extremely easy for us to understand what they were writing. Right now, we are unable to decipher. Decipher means to decode their script, and hence we do not know much about them. Now, Scandinavian people, Parpola people felt that this was Dravidian language. A few Soviet people have accepted this. Yes, other scholars believe that this is something related to the Brahmi script. Now, right now, the Hindi language, which is written in Devanagari Lipi, is somewhat derived from the Brahmi script also. Most of the languages, even Gujarati is derived from Brahmi, and Bengali is derived from Brahmi script. All right. So this mystery still remains, and once we will come to know about what these signs say, we will be able to decode much about them. As far as their religions are concerned, okay, it is thought that their main male god was Pashupati. All right, so that means they believed in idol worship. Okay, now he is surrounded by four animals: elephant, tiger, rhino, and buffalo. So that means they knew about these four animals also. If they have drawn those four animals, that means they know about these four animals. And two deers appear at the feet of this male deity. They also believe in linga worship or uni worship. They felt that because of this reproduction, this entire world is growing. So they respected that. Even right now, we find Jyoti, Ling, and other things. All right. Even a female deity was also worshipped. All right. And it is being represented in terracotta figurines. All right. So this is what happened. They also used to respect and worship trees and animals. And they also used to believe in ghosts and evil forces because they were scared that, let's say, something happens in nature. Okay, so these ghosts they will destroy our agriculture products, or some calamity might happen, some drought might happen. So they were scared of all these things. All right. So this is an example of that male deity, as I told you. You can see the elephant, you can see the tiger, you can see buffalo, you can see rhinoceros, you can see the two deers at the foot. You can see that this has three sides. This is nose, which is visible. So it has three faces. This has two horns. You can also see the. Now, this is what you see. These are their language. All right. This is yet to be deciphered. All right. And this is, you can see the female deity probably in the terracotta figurine. We do not exactly know whether she was a goddess or not, but this is what we have so far. We are trying to understand from what we are trying to escape it. I hope this is also clear. Now, if I talk about burials, they used to completely bury. Sometimes they used to burn and then they used to bury. So at Lothal, the burial pits have also been found with burned bricks, and at times coffins have also been used. Just you might have seen in a religion such as Christianity, they first put the dead body in a coffin and then they bury. So such coffins have also been found in Lothal. Even wooden coffins have also been found at Lothal. Now, pot burials, right now, what we do is first we'll burn, and whatever ashes are present, we put them in a pot and then we throw them in a river. So that pot burials was also practiced at some places in Lothal. All right. But whether the sati pratha was practiced or not, we don't know. There is no such clear evidence of that. All right. Now, what led to the decline of this great civilization? Because I will tell you, after this civilization, in the next chapter, when we will talk about the Aryans or when we'll talk about the Vedic era, you will see that again they went back to old times. They were not so modern like the Harappan people. मतलब हड़प्पा पीरियड में लोग जितने मॉडर्न थे, इसके आगे आने वाले लोग इतने एडवांस थे ही नहीं. Then what could have happened that this civilization declined? There are many theories to this. We do not know what happened exactly. Some people say flood came. Some people say river dried up. Some people say that as they were living in the same place, they knew agriculture, but then the fertility lost, and they exploited the land so much. There might have been earthquakes that have happened. But then, what we can think is there were multiple cities in multiple parts. Now, if earthquake will come, it will come. It should have come to one part of the civilization. If let's say drought will come, it will come to one part of the civilization. All these things, though, are given by various scholars, but they are not very, you can say, convincing. All right. Some scholars say that the final blow was given by the invasion of Aryans. Now, because this is also mentioned in Rig Veda that destruction of forts. Now you see Harappan civilization, the date is 2300 BC to 1750 BC. This was the date of the Harappan civilization. After this, we do not know what happened. Then from 1500 BC, we have written records for Rig Veda or the Aryan people who came to India. So it is thought that maybe these Aryans came with horses and then they destroyed all these Harappan civilization and then they established their own civilization. All right. And moreover, in Mohenjo-daro, it is also known as Mound of the Dead because in this city, skeleton on top of the skeleton, okay, मतलब एक के ऊपर एक के ऊपर एक के ऊपर एक, lot of skeletons have been found out. Now, this cannot happen that naturally people would have died. Okay, something wrong has happened. Somebody have attacked them. This is what might have happened. And moreover, it is felt that Aryans who came to India, who attacked these Harappan civilization, they might be having swift horses. As we have already discussed, that in the Harappan civilization, there is nowhere mention about horses. So maybe they were not aware about horses. They were aware about elephants. But then horses are very swift. They are fast-moving animals. So maybe Aryans had horses and then they might have become masters of these regions and they would have attacked this. So still, once that script is deciphered, we will come to know a lot about this culture. I hope you guys would have learned a lot about the prehistoric time and the Harappan civilization. Please connect with us on these three platforms because I will share notes, PDFs, and whatever is required for your preparations. If you guys have not understood any point or any such thing, you guys can feel free to ping me and ask me, and I will try my level best to answer your queries. I'm getting multiple questions every day, so at times my response might be delayed. So I'm sorry for that. है ना? मैंने बिल्कुल simple English में explain करने की कोशिश की है. But still, if you feel that my language was difficult, you guys can ping me and say that sir ये point नहीं समझ में आया. I will explain that to you. Please share about our platform to maximum people so that we can help maximum people because everybody deserves an equal opportunity. And believe me, our platform is absolutely free. The fees is zero. I will never ever ask for any fee. So keep learning, guys. Keep learning, and we will come back with our chapter 3. God bless you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on ancient Indian history. In the last chapter, that is chapter 2, we saw the prehistoric India and the Harappan civilization. The Harappan civilization declined by 1750 BC. So what happened next? We are not trying to mug up the history. Instead, we are trying to understand the chronology and we are trying to understand the story as a series of events. So let us understand what happened in our country when the Harappan civilization declined. So let us start our chapter 3, the Vedic culture. Now, as you all know, that the Harappan culture declined by 1750 BC. Now, from 1750 BC up to 1500 BC, we do not exactly know what happened. It is because we do not have any archaeological records for the scene. Now, it is possible that around this period, the speakers of the Indo-Aryan language, that means the Aryan people who used to speak Sanskrit, they entered the northwestern India from the Indo-Iranian region, or you can say the Central Asia. यानी कि आर्य लोग जो संस्कृत भाषा बोलते थे वो भारत के नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया में इंडो इरानियन रीजन से प्रवेश करना शुरू कर दिया. I have already explained you that in the geographical features of India, that our nation has a very big range of mountains. In between those mountains, we have a few passes from where the people have kept on coming to our country. So it is through these passes that initially these people would have come. Initially, they would have settled down to the valleys of Northwest, and later on they would have moved to the Indo-Gangetic plains. Now, one remarkable thing which you guys must know is the Harappan civilization was very, very advanced. They had a remarkable town planning, remarkable art and culture. They had beautifully designed great city plans. They had citadel, they had upper town, lower town. But when we talk about this Vedic period, which began from 1500 BC, now they were mainly a cattle keeping people. वो एक चरवाहे थे. They were mainly in search of pastures. That means they were mostly nomads. Now see, suddenly we do not know what happened, that from such a intelligent and such a beautifully technologically driven society, how we again came back to such a society where we do not use such kind of extensive technologies. All right. Now, as you can see here, from the northwestern India, people, these Aryans started moving, and they were aware about the use of horses. Now, as far as the Harappan culture is concerned, we are not sure whether they knew about horses or not. And as you can see from this picture, mainly they were search for grasses so that they can feed their cows and their other animals. All right. So now, if I talk about this Vedic culture, now I can divide this entire period, 1500 BC to 600 BC, into two periods. The first one is the early Vedic period, which is also known as the Rig Vedic period, and the time frame is roughly 1500 BC to 1000 BC. And if I talk about the later Vedic period, I can say that the time frame is 1000 BC to 600 BC. Now remember guys, this is very, very important for you to understand. Let's say this is the river Ganga. This is the eastern plains of the Ganga, and this is the western plains of the river Ganga. During the early Vedic or the Rig Vedic time, they were only confined to the western side of the river Ganga. And if I talk about the later Vedic period, they crossed the river Ganga and they covered almost the entire of North India. That is why when I say 600 BC, which is the time frame for later Vedic period, I can say that by 600 BC, century BC, which is also known as 600 BC, they occupied the whole of North India, and this is referred to as the Aryavarta. All right, I hope this point is clear. Now, where exactly are these Aryan people coming to our country? From where are these people coming? Now, this is a very debatable question, and different people have different views to it. Different scholars have different places which they considered is the original home to the Aryans. अलग अलग scholars इस पर डिबेट करते हैं और इनके अलग अलग मत हैं. Different scholars believe that they have come from different places. Some say that they have come from Arctic region. Some say they have come from Germany. Some say they have come from Central Asia, and some say they have come from southern Russia. Now, when you guys will study about modern Indian history, you will study about a great freedom fighter, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, great social reformer. He argued that the Aryans came from the Arctic region on astronomical calculations. But mostly the historians, they agree that they have come from southern Russia. They started traveling from southern Russia and then they traveled to different parts of the world. All right. They traveled to different parts of Asia and they traveled to different parts of Europe. By 1500 BC, around, they entered India and they came to be known as Indo-Aryans. They spoke the language Sanskrit. All right. As you can see this map, they traveled here from the southern Russia to the Hindu Kush. and then they entered. They might have also moved to the other parts of the Europe. I hope this point is clear. All right. Now, if I talk about the Vedic literature, now you guys must understand first of all what does this word Veda means. The word is derived from the root word vid, which means to know, means to gain some knowledge. That means Veda means to earn some knowledge. In other words, Veda signifies superior knowledge. That means an individual who has read these four Vedas, Rig Veda, Yajur Ved, Sam Ved, and Athar Ved, is considered to have superior knowledge. Now, please understand, as I have differentiated the time frame, that is 1500 BC to 1000 BC, and I have told this is the early Vedic period. This is the time frame for Rig Veda. That means this is the time when this Vedic literature was established or this book was written. And when I talk about 1000 BC to 600 BC, I'm talking about later Vedic period when these three books have been written down. All right. Now, when we talk about the
What happened with the boy?
So, oh yeah, you mentioned into an area that's
Just one moment, one apology. Sometimes I have other people on there's a Discord you were talking to me or telegrams. Apologies.
I understand.
One minute. No, wait, how did you know about me? That is hilarious. Wow. Well, I'm getting more and more famous each day. You left us all with David Burns the last time you were here. Tell us about the boy. What do you mean you can't talk about it? Have you met? Kurt. Excellent. And everything's good? Okay, well then, excellent. Yeah. I'm getting David, bro. And you should know I'm live right now. You know who Aiden Ross is? Aiden Ross. Okay. So like he's a big time streamer. He's a part owner in Kick. I'm live in his Discord right now. And I'm up. And I'm live in actual speed. Do you know who actual speed is? That's okay. Not a lot. I mean, a lot of people do that. Not a lot of people who are like have who don't spend all the time there. So yeah, those are two big influencers, and I have some requests to do a different value, and it's just growing. Like my Discord's growing, and that's good. Randomly know about me, so that's phenomenal that somebody knew who I was. So they knew I was a live streamer. That's amazing. That's amazing. I appreciate it. That's great. Absolutely. Well, that's phenomenal. How's the other stuff going in your life? Yeah. You are a grown up which is always sound. That's a wonderful sound. Very good. Excellent. Well, of course, I know you and your polyamorous ways. Don't you worry. No. I know you are one woman person, but there's like your real life and then your fantasy life, girl. Big. Listen, I am in the middle of working on a project. Oh, I know, girl, girl. Girl, she's coming to it every morning. That's what you do anyway. Yeah, dude. Hey, girl, you're doing so. I hear about it, and people are. Yeah, I just heard about this stuff in general. I have some of others, but I don't really take that into it. I know it's gonna do. It's gonna continue doing it. Hold on. Yeah. No. It was outdoor. So it's just basically like a free pot. I know I didn't put anything into it, and if I lose it all, then it's like I never even tried. Okay, so let's get the brass tacks. At what price did you buy us here? Okay, you had $70 turn into $6,000. Good on you, bro. Good on you. I can give you such a big hug right now. Wonderful. No. I understand. Just hold it. That's gonna be a good point. Yeah, no, I think hold on to it. Yeah, absolutely. That's fine. That's fine. You're so young that has to be at this point to be something that you by like age 30. But just hold on to it. Okay, well, let it sound however you want. When you are on the beach with your toes in the sand before your 30th birthday and a drink with an umbrella in it, you're not going to care very much. Yeah. Okay. We're big and we're strong. We're big and we're strong. We have a lot going on. We have a lot going on when it just comes to like fantasy football tournaments. We've got martial arts watches. We have our dad who's like involved in karate combat. We just do a lot.
Yeah, he fought Bitboy in Mexico City. And I would say that Harry Potter Homicide just hit an all-time high, or pretty close to it, and we're starting to see it go higher. It's at like 22 cents when I started, less than a penny. That's 22 cents, you can't beat that. Yeah. This What are stickers? I've seen them. Are they like unique? Yeah, that's right. Well, please send away. You should know how to handle it. Again, what's speaking with you? I love to hear you. I love hearing you come up and you're sitting aside. So you should know that you're probably right. You should know I'm always here for you if you ever need any crypto instruction. Advice, and look at things and work out. Absolutely. Okay, so I've got programs on which I'm programming on Kick, but which I'm programming on Kick, and I also have two different kinds. I've got laptops or desktop versions, and then I also have the home version. And do you have the Kick app? Okay. Yeah, download it, and you'll be able to see some of the stuff that I do. What you do is
All right. So what you want to do is at the bottom, you will see. I will. I will. Just one moment, girl. Let me check this. Okay. At the bottom of kit, you're going to see four options. There's home, browse, following, and search. You see the browse button? Do you have Android or iOS? Okay. Huh? No. You want to download KICK, not KIK. You're okay. You're okay. It's a very common mistake. I honestly should have. Yeah, it's KICK. But don't worry, KIK is a big app too. It's like a second to your social media app. Yeah, so not KIK, you want KICK. Pardon? Yeah, it's up like 22x. Okay, hold on. Let's explain. This is the most important thing that you need to know. Okay, so like your coin that you bought at like $70, you got it $70. That eventually went to 600. I'll tell you what X that is. It means times. So how many times does 70 go into 6,000? So it's 6,000 divided by 70. So that's an 86x basically. When that thing peaked, it was an 86x, meaning 70 goes into 6,000, 86 times. So Harry Potter's done 22 times, which is an 86, but it's still very good. Yeah, no, I remember you were very anti-gambling, and then I also remember, and I've actually told somebody about you recently. I'm like, yeah, there's this girl I know who is in her early 20s, and I, and I said, she doesn't recognize it. She's gonna be promoted by age 30 by just keeping her ear to the ground, like fucking asking her questions. I mean, you are, I have confidence in that. You're gonna be, and I don't mean this because you're not smart. You're very smart. You ask great questions, but if you're gonna be like the most dumb luck cryptocurrency billionaire, and then you're just gonna be like, okay, so you're like the girl or woman in a movie who doesn't know how to gamble. She goes to the floor of the casino and is like, I'm just gonna bet on all of the teams that I'm gonna bet in like she'll go to the sports book and bet on the animals of what mascots are playing, and she'll win like all the money. And she'll go to the tables and just be like, I'm gonna pick red because I like the color red, and it'll be like red, 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 and you just got very good fortune when it comes to it. But at least it's shown this far, and I think you're gonna be just. I just think that you're gonna be able to be like, wow, 29, 5 years ago or so, I was working at a place and had a different job and stuff. But now, 5 years later, I just it was like it would have been like you were just in a hundred.
bullshit. But right. So you should know that I think, okay, so you've got the app. At the very bottom, you should see 4 options. The second one is the browse button. You see browse. There's, okay, press browse. Then you're going to see it says kick me up the left corner and all games. Then it says categories, live channels. You see categories, live channels. I want you to slide over live channels and you should see clips. Okay, now press clips. Now I've been talking with you, so I haven't been able to really focus on my bots. But what you can do is scroll down and you'll see occasionally my name is just random in there. And the piece. Exactly. No, that's not. I'm not doing that. What I do is I have bots that I've created that create clips on people's accounts, which is free advertising for me. And they're very big streamers. Everyone made enough. Do you know who Annie Welch is? She's Hawk Tour Girl. You know who Hawk Tour Girl is? Yeah, all her shit has my name all over it on Kick. She just got, I believe it's an 8-figure deal with Kick to stream. She's like an exclusive streamer, so now she's been essentially welcomed by the official Kick welcoming committee, which is Rabbi Rothschild's fans, and clicking you and following you. So, as you can see, I do have some on there, but not as many as I want, and that's just because I think those are my other bots. But as you can tell, you can get out the word about my channel. And it's just a matter of time until I go viral, and we're really going to ensure that good things happen to you when I'm out. You, your friends, your family, everyone, and loved ones are taken care of for the rest of the time, and you'll be able to start your own charities, be able to help people who are close to you. So with that, I'm going to get back to my bots, and I want you to know that I'm glad to hear things are going really well for you, and I want them to continue going well, and you're always welcome, okay? Excellent. Wonderful. I appreciate that. Feel free to step in and stop by whenever you want, okay?
The first Vedic literature book, Rig Veda. This is one of the earliest of the 4 Vedas, and it consists of 1028 hymns. Now, what were these hymns talking about? These hymns were sung in praise of various gods. So that means you guys will realize that during the early Vedic period, they were very much emphasizing on prayers. They wanted to sing song, they wanted to pray something in respect to the various gods which they used to believe. Now, the Yajurved, it has the details of rules which has to be observed at the time of sacrifice. Now, at that time, whatever sacrifices used to take place, for example, Ashmed or other kind of sacrifices, whatever. Now, whatever rules have to be observed, details of those rules were mentioned in that. Now, let's say you are singing those hymns and you also know the rules which have to be observed at the time of sacrifice. Now, let's say if somebody sings a song, all right, there may be a different tune to it. Now, you guys can pick up another song and use this tune and sing this song. मतलब अगर आप एक गाना गाते हो ए, उसकी कुछ ट्यूनिंग होगी. अब आप कोई दूसरा गाना उठा लो बी, उसकी कुछ और ट्यून होगी. अब आप गाना गाओ ए, लेकिन ट्यून यूज करो बी की. That means you sing a song A and you use the tune B. So what I'm trying to tell you is in the Psalm way, they have mentioned what should be the tune, what should be the purpose of chanting, how you have to do the chanting when you're doing the sacrifice. And it has to be exactly done as mentioned there. And that is why right now, when we talk about the Indian music, it can be traced back to Samved because it tells you what should be the sur, lay, tal, or what should be the right tuning of singing something. Now, the Atharved will tell you details about the rituals which have to be followed. All right. Now, it is not just that the four Vedas were written down during the Vedic period. There are some other sacred words also, like the Brahmanas, the Upanishads, the Arankyas, and nobody, I think so, would be unaware about Ramayana and Mahabharata. Now, the Brahmanas were related to the prayers and sacrificial ceremonies. The Upanishads, they were actually philosophical texts. Now, they were mostly dealing with the topics such as what is soul, what is the absolute meaning of life, what could be the origin of the world, what are the different mysteries of the nature. The Arankyas is also known as the forest book, and it had written various things related to forest. What are the different rituals and sacrifices related to the forest? Now, if I talk about the epic Ramayana, it was written down by Valmiki, and the Mahabharata was written by Vedvyas. I hope this point is clear. Now let us start in detail about the Rig Vedic period or the time frame which is 1500 BC to 1000 BC. Now as I told you that if this is river Ganga, they were mostly confined to the western side of it. They did not cross the river Ganga to the complete North India during the early Vedic period. So our rains were mostly confined to the Indus region. Now Rig Vedic period is also referred to as the Sapt Sindhu or Seven Rivers. So why it is called as the land of seven rivers? Because first of all, we all know that these are the five rivers in Punjab: Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Beas, and Satluj. Apart from that, they were confined to Indus and Saraswati. And thus 5 plus 2 is 7. And the place where these people stayed was referred to as the Sapt Sindhu. Now, one by one, let us understand what was their political organization, what was their social life, what was their cultural life of the Rig Vedic period. Sir, you are saying that you are going to tell us about the political life, social life, and cultural life. How do you know about it? I know about it from the hymns of the Rig Veda. That means in the Rig Veda, in the different hymns, they have mentioned how they used to organize themselves, what was their social life, and what was their cultural life, what was their economic life too. So from the written text, we have found out about it. So let's get started. So for the ease of understanding, I have drawn this diagram for you guys so that I can make you guys imagine or visualize what is the political organization of the early Vedic period or the Rig Vedic period. Now, the smallest political organization is a kul or a family. So a family which is living is the smallest political organization in which there will be a head of a family. Now, various such families, based upon their kinship or based upon their kuls, will join together and they will form a village or a gram. That is why now also you might have heard that, let's say, when a boy or a girl tries to marry from the same village, the village elders they try to restrict. Ideally, now the government has passed the rules that any two people can marry unless they have blood relations. But still, if two people belong to the same village, they used to believe that they belong to the same kul and somewhere they are related to each other. So when various such families will join together, they will form a village or gram. Now again, when various such villages will join together, they will form a Vishu, and the head of it is Vishyapati. Now when various such Vishus will join together, they will form a tribe. Now again, there are various tribes such as Bharata, etc. But then when various such tribes will also join together, they will form a kingdom which is ruled by a king or a Rajan. I hope this political organization is clear to you guys. We can now understand this, that the basic unit of political organization is school or family. Various families will join together based on their kinship to form a village or gram or a village. The leader of a gram is known as Gramin. Now, various such villages can also join and form a Vishu. Now, Vishu is headed by Vishyapati, as I told you. Now, the highest political organization, the combination of such Vishu, is known as Jana or tribe. All right. Now, there were various tribal kingdoms during the Rig Vedic period, such as Bharat tribe, Matsyas, Yadus, Purus, etc. Now, the head of the entire kingdom was Rajan or king. Now, one thing which you guys must know is during the Rig Vedic period, now they used to have elections. So that means they had some sort of democracy. So if a king is not ruling nicely, they had two popular bodies, Sabha and Samiti. Sabha was a council of all the elders of that kingdom, and Samiti was a general assembly of the entire people, including ladies. So we can also say that ladies were also given due respect in early Vedic period. Now, when a king would be exercising his political powers, he was assisted by a priest, which is also known as Purohit, and he also had a commander or Senani of his army to maintain his administration. Thus, I can say that a king had a priest and a king had an army commander or a Senani to take care of his administration. So, this was the political organization. If I talk about the social life, generally this society was patriarchal. That means if somebody is having a land, so the son will get the land. But please understand that they were pastures. That means they were nomad people searching for grass for their cows and their other domestic animals. That is why cow was very, very important to them. So how will I say that this individual is wealthy and this individual is not wealthy? I will count the number of cows an individual has. If somebody has more cow, I will say he or she is more wealthy. All right. The head of family was known as Grahapati. This I have told you. Monogamy was generally practiced. That means one man will have one wife. But polygamy was prevalent among the royal and noble families. So generally in kings or the army commanders, one man may have multiple wives. I hope this point is clear. Now women were given equal opportunities like men to develop their intellectual skills. We find that there were various women poets also, like Apala, Vishwavara Ghosha, Lopamudra during the Rig Vedic period. Now, they were even allowed to attend popular assemblies. I have told you that they were able to attend Samitis. Sabha was for elder people and Samiti was for everybody. There was no concept of child marriage and there was no sati pratha practiced at that time. One more important thing was there was no rigid caste system. So let's say if a businessman wants to work as a priest, he or she can do so. I hope this point is clear to all of you. They all wore upper and lower garments made up of cotton and wool. They all wore various garments, ornaments. Now, apart from wheat, barley, milk and its product were also the chief food articles and fruits and vegetables also. The eating of cow's meat was prohibited. Why, sir? As I told you, that cow was very precious to them. Even right now, that is why we hear people, the Hindu says that don't kill cow, it is very precious to us. So you can trace back the history from the early Vedic period. All right. Now, when they used to play games or in their social life, They played emphasis to music, dance, dicing. Dicing means gambling with those games they used to play. Horse racing and chariot racing. That means they used to have a chariot in which there will be horses and they used to have races. And as I told you, that it was not rigid. The social division was not rigid during the early Vedic period. All right. Now, if I talk about the economic life, all right. So, agriculture came later on. Earlier, they were cattle rearing people, they were pastoral people, they were nomad people. But one important thing was they knew about iron, they were knowing about the use of iron. And that is why the plows which they will make for let's say for small scale agriculture, though they were not knowing agriculture, the chariots what they will make, the other articles what they will make, apart from copper and bronze, which were known during Harappan civilization, they were also aware about iron. Another important thing was now here various kinds of vessels were made for domestic use. Goldsmiths were active in making ornaments, so they had a very good economic life. One more important thing was they were trading mostly on barter system. Very rarely they were using gold and silver coins. But what was the main form of trading? Barter system. That means you give me something, I will give you something else. You give me wheat, I will give you clothes. I hope this point is clear to all of you. If I talk about their religion, they do not believe in idol worship. Yes, during the Rig Vedic period, they were not believing in idol worship. Instead, they were believing in the natural forces like earth, fire, wind, rain, and thunder. The most important Rig Vedic gods were Prithvi, Agni, Vayu, Varun, and Indra, out of which Indra was the most important god to them. I hope this point is clear. Now, Indra was most important to them. Second most important was Agni. It was believed that through yagyas and through various ceremonies, now whatever we are, let's say, giving to the god, whatever we are offering to the god in the fire, in the yagyas, through the Agni, it will be reached to the god. जो भी हम यज्ञ में देंगे, जो भी हम सामग्री यज्ञ में प्रोवाइड करेंगे, through Agni, it will reach to God. And even right now, this is happening. People are believing in uh, various such things in yajna, wherein they are giving many offerings, hoping that it will reach God. So it can be traced back to Rig Vedic period. I hope this point is clear. It is not that all the gods were men. There were female gods also, like Aditi and Uksha. Order. There were no temples and there were no idol worships. Order. What were given to the gods in the offerings in those yajnas? Well, ghee, milk, and grains. What was precious to them, they used to give during the offerings. All right. There were elaborate rituals which were done during the worship. Remember, during the early Vedic periods, they played a great emphasis on prayers. But during the later Vedic period, which we will see from 1000 BC to 600 BC, the importance of prayers will decline and the importance of rituals will increase. All right. Now let us start about the later Vedic period, that is from 1000 BC to 600 BC. Now, as I told you, that initially they were confined to the western banks of the Ganga, that is to the Indus plains. During the later Vedic period, they moved east and they covered the entire of North India. All right, they expanded to the eastern parts of the Gangetic plains, and this is mentioned in one of their precious texts, which is Satpatha Brahmana also. And various tribal groups and kingdoms, the name of them are also mentioned in later Vedic kingdoms. One more important thing is, it was during this time that when the kings and the tribes they used to join together. At this time, we find that the kingdoms were bigger in nature compared to early Vedic period. It is also the time when from nomads to pastures, they became complete settled people and they became agricultural people. Agriculture pradhan log ban gaye. All right. Now, in the later Vedic period, it is referred that there are three divisions of India. Aryavarta, because during the later Vedic period, they covered the entire of North India. The second was Madhya Desha, that is the central India, and Dakshin Pantha. Dakshin means south, so path means direction. Dakshin Pantha refers to the South India. All right. What was the political life during the later Vedic period? Now, as I told you, that larger kingdoms were formed. Many janas or tribes, they joined together to form large kingdoms, and hence the royal power increased. Now, one more important thing is, now the king started performing various rituals and sacrifices to perform their position, such as Rajsuya, Ashwamedh, which Vajpayee. Now let me give you an example about horse sacrifice, Ashwamedh. What a king will do is, a king will let free one of his horse. So the horse will keep running away and away and away. Now many of his army would run behind this horse. Now let's say they reached some other kingdom. So if that kingdom, they will let this horse go, that means they have accepted this king as their supreme commander. Or let's say if they stop this horse, then the battle will take place between these two kingdoms. I hope you guys are understanding. This is the way they used to strengthen their position through these rituals. Now, the king wanted to tell to the world that I am very powerful, and that is why he used to give to himself various such titles like Samrat, I am the Samrat, I am the sole ruler. Ahila Bhuvanapati, that means I am the lord of the earth. Raja Vishwajana, I am the king of the entire people, entire tribe. Ekrat. Alright, so these were the various titles what the kings assumed. Now, as I have told you, during the early Vedic period, the king was assisted by a priest or purohit and an army commander. Okay. Now, during the later Vedic period, apart from priest and an army commander, he also had a treasury officer, a tax collector, and a royal messenger. Obviously, when the kingdoms will start becoming bigger and bigger, it will become difficult for a king to administer through a small administrative unit, and hence he expanded his administrative people. Now, tax collector was responsible for revenue collection. Treasury officer was responsible for all these statements, how much money is coming and how much we are spending. He also had many royal messengers who was responsible to travel to different parts of the world to give his message and to maintain his contacts with the other kings. Now at the lower level also the administration was done. It was done through village assemblies. So right now what we call as the Panchayati Raj, which I have already taught you in our complete course on NCERT Polity Class 6, same way they had village assemblies to carry out this. But remember the importance of Samiti and Sabha. That means Sabha means the people of the all the elder people of that kingdom, and Samiti means everybody of that community. This declined. That means democracy reduced, and king will give his or her title to his or her son only. So that means now somebody else cannot become king. All right. I hope this point is clear. If I talk about their economic life, now they were more nomads, no more pastures. Agriculture became their chief occupation. Iron now started becoming extensively used, and land was much more cultivated for agriculture. And as iron was used, it was easy for people to cut forest. क्योंकि लोहे से forest को cut करना becomes very easy. I hope this point is clear. They used to use various implements for cultivation. Besides barley, rice, wheat was also grown in a lot, and they also had knowledge of manure. Obviously, when cows were very important, through cow dung, the manure became very important to improve the fertilization of their land. Now, industrial activity also became very, very important, and specialized people came forward. There were people who knew about leather work. There were people who were good in carpentry. There were people who made great progress in pottery. And there were people who knew a lot about metalwork. I hope this is clear. Now, that was about the internal trade. But then the foreign trade also became very extensive. During the later Vedic period, these people became familiar with the sea. And with countries like Babylon, their trade started prospering. One more hereditary merchants came up, which is known as Bania. Right now, they are a part of Vaishyas. The caste system became rigid. They carried trade and commerce, these Vaishyas. Now, these merchant class, they organize themselves into a group which is known as guilds. This is very, very important. Remember this. Into ganas, that means groups known as guilds. Now, as I told you, during Greek Vedic period, though there were some gold and gold coins, but mostly the form of trade was barter system. The barter system was prevalent. Now, in the later Vedic period, the gold and silver coins were mostly used. Gold coins were known as Satmana. Silver coins were mostly known as Krishnala, which were used as a medium of exchange. I hope this point is clear. The social system became very rigid. Now, if you are a priest, your son can become a priest, but somebody who is working as a farm worker cannot become a priest. So the social stratification became very, very rigid. I hope this point is clear. This was not very rigid during the early Vedic period. Thus, the four divisions of society, the Brahmin, Kshatris, Vaishya, and Shudra, became thoroughly established during the later Vedic period. And Brahmins and Kshatris were considered as the higher classes. The Brahmins, they occupied a higher position than a Kshatriya, but sometimes the Kshatriya will become so powerful that they will claim the status that they are bigger than the Brahmins. All right. Now, the power of father increased during the later Vedic period. During the early Vedic period, women were given a lot of respect, but now they were considered inferior and subordinate to men. Now, earlier I told you that in Samitis they used to go and they had political rights too of attending the assemblies. But during the later Vedic period, they lost their political rights too. Child marriages became common. And it's written in Aitreyi Brahmana that daughter has been described as a source of misery. She's so sad that now the women lost their respect during the later Vedic period. So it is not that the women were not treated equal to men from initially, it is from the later Vedic period this happened. But in the certain households, such as the royal families, the women were still enjoying their rights. Alright, I hope this point is clear. Now remember, I told you during the early Vedic period, they used to believe in natural forces such as Earth, Agni, Indra, but now they moved to idol worship during the later Vedic period. Indra, Agni, these gods lost their importance and new gods emerged out during the later Vedic period, such as Prajapati, the creator, which you say as the Brahma, the Vishnu, the protector, which you say as the Lord Shiva, the Vishnu, and Rudra, the destroyer, which you say as the Lord Shiva. So these three new gods came up and the idol worship became prominent. Moreover, the sacrifices were elaborated and they were only explained by the priest. So it was becoming very, very difficult for common person to understand. The prayers were reducing. Earlier, the people used to sit and they used to pray to the god. But now the priests were more emphasizing that no, you have to follow such sacrifice, you have to follow such elaborate process, and only hence you can reach to the god. So sacrifices and rituals they became very much elaborate. And it is because of this reason we will find in the next chapter that Buddhism and Jainism that they started emerging out. obviously a new religion will be formed because people who are in the existing religion will become fed up or will be sad by the current condition of it. I will give you guys an example. Now, the Vaishyas, they organize themselves into groups. I told you to remember, which is known as guilds. Now, you tell me, when they will do a lot of trade and commerce, their economic condition will improve a lot. They will earn a lot of money, but still they were considered inferior to Brahmins and to Kshatriyas. So you tell me, if they have a lot of money, don't you think they want to be treated equally and respected equally? So mostly these people were the ones, they do not want it to continue in Hinduism and they move to Buddhism and Jainism. See, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's sentiment. If I have done so, please forgive me. I'm just trying to teach you what is written in our books. And you guys must know what has happened. Don't just mug up the things, or we are born, we think that this and this is absolute. No, everything has an origin. So please try to understand how things have come up into the existence. Now, even the Upanishads, the author of Upanishads, which is the essence of the Hindu philosophy, they also started turning away from such rituals. They said, no, 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 we don't want to get into such rituals. We don't want to waste time in those things. We want to understand how we can get peace, how we can get salvation, what is the true knowledge. So I hope this point is clear to all of you. Now, if I have to give you guys a quick recap, you guys can see that early Vedic period was from 1500 BC to 1000 BC, and later Vedic period was from 1000 BC to 600 BC. Here the class system was flexible and here it was rigid. Here, as the class system was flexible, here there was no untouchability. There was no such concept of Shudras, but concept of Shudras and untouchability started. Women had a higher position, they were respected. Here women's position declined. Here kingship was fluid because elections could happen and whosoever was worthy could become a king. But here it became rigid and it became hereditary. So the son of a king would become a king, and this happened. They were basically pasture and nomad people. They moved from one place to the other. They were cattle grazing people. But here they become settled people and they become agricultural people. Here the trade was happening mostly with barter system, and here the gold and silver coins became prominent. Here the book what was written during early Vedic time was Rig Vedic period, and here these three other Veds, Yajur Samved and Atharved came. I hope this is clear to all of you. I request all of you to please join our Telegram, Instagram and Facebook page so that you guys keep on getting the regular updates, because on Facebook, because on YouTube, I will only teach you guys. But if you guys need some study material, you guys need to clear your doubts. So you guys need to connect with me on these three platforms. One more thing is, please stop asking me these questions that, sir, that how to prepare for UPSC, how to prepare for UPSC. See, we are discussing all these subjects. So we will cover all these subjects before our preliminary examination. So have trust, guys. Okay, don't ask questions such as what is the book list. As we are studying ancient Indian history, we have already discussed the book list. So please go with the flow. Pick up one subject at a time. Some of the students are also asking me, sir, we are going very slow. No, we are not going very slow. All right, if we go too fast, we will not be able to retain. It's of no use if you are not able to retain anything for the examination. Now, please, if you know your friends who want to prepare for UPSC and they want a free platform for discussion, please bring them to UPSC Digital Library so that we can help maximum people. I hope this video was helpful to all of you. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on ancient Indian history. Today, we will talk about chapter 4, that is Jainism and Buddhism. So far, we have seen the Rig Vedic era and the later Vedic era. Now we will try to analyze that what went wrong or why a few people were not happy in those periods, because of which these two new religions emerged out. So let's get started. Now, before I start, let me clear this right now that initially I started teaching in Hindi. So a few people were complaining that please teach in English because we are not able to understand. Then I started teaching in English और कुछ लोगों ने ये complain की कि हिंदी में explain करें. Now from this chapter onwards, I am going to explain in both Hindi and English. So let's say when any slide comes up, I will explain that in English and I will also explain in Hindi. जो भी slide आएगी उसको मैं English के साथ साथ हिंदी में भी explain करूंगा. Now after that, please don't write such kind of messages that only explain in English or only explain in Hindi. Come on, please don't. This is not a competition going on. ये कोई competition नहीं चल रहा है. At the end of the day, what matters is you all should understand the concepts, you all should understand the chronology, and you should be able to retain it during the actual examination. So let's get started. Now, during the 6th century BC, that is around 600 BC, now you all know that 1000 BC to 6000 BC was the time for the later Vedic period. 1000 BC से 600 BC तक ये later Vedic काल का समय था. And this 6th century BC is a wonderful time. ये बहुत अच्छा समय था. Why? Because great thinkers were born in these times which have preached their ideas. इस समय बहुत महान philosophers और thinkers का जन्म हुआ था जिन्होंने हमें बहुत कुछ सिखा दिया. Some of the examples are Gautam Buddha, Mahavira, Zoroaster, Confucius, Lao Tse. Now, in this chapter, we will study only about Gautam Buddha and Mahavira because both of them were born in India. ये अनेक आपको थिंकर्स के बारे में सुनने के लिए मिलेगा 600 सेंचुरी में, 6th सेंचुरी में और 600 BC में. इसमें से हम इस चैप्टर में गौतम बुद्धा और महावीरा के बारे में पढ़ेंगे क्योंकि इन दोनों का जन्म भारत में हुआ था. Now you guys must know that during the later Vedic period, the priest supremacy was increasing. The priest supremacy was increasing, and that era was dominated by rites and rituals. ये वो समय था लेटर वैदिक पीरियड का जिस समय प्रीस्ट और ब्राह्मण्स का दबदबा बढ़ रहा था और अनेक प्रकार के रीति रिवाज और रिचुअल्स को बढ़ावा मिल रहा था. नाउ उस टाइम पर जो सिस्टम चल रहा था, दैट टाइम द थिंग व्हाट वाज गोइंग ऑन वाज नोन एज ऑर्थोडॉक्स रिलीजन. Orthodox is when you believe in something. Let's say you are born and your parents tell you that this is how what we believe and you have to follow it and you don't question them, you simply start following it. Whereas there were a few sections of the society, कुछ लोग ऐसे भी थे हमारे देश में whose way of thinking was heterodox. That means they were very rational and logical. They wanted to know answers of everything before accepting it. किसी चीज को मानने से पहले, किसी भी रीति रिवाज को मानने से पहले उन्हें उनका जवाब चाहिए था कि हम उसको क्यों माने, and then they were ready to accept it. Now, the rites and rituals during later Vedic period were very elaborate and very difficult and were in a language known as Sanskrit. अभी के लिए हम बात करें तो हमारा लिटरेसी रेट इतना कम है. Our literacy rate is not very good. So during that time, do you think everybody must be aware about Sanskrit? आज ही के टाइम में देख लो कितने लोगों को संस्कृत आती है, या कितने लोगों की हिंदी बहुत अच्छी है, या कितने लोगों की इंग्लिश बहुत अच्छी है. Even right now, if you see how many people are well versed in Sanskrit, how many people are having a profound command over language Hindi or English. So do you think in that time when the literacy rate was so less, everybody would be aware about Sanskrit? So everybody was not happy with what was happening that time. So it is during the 6th century BC, during that time frame, you can say, not precisely talking about any date, that these two religions emerged out. मतलब मैं कोई स्पेसिफिकली डेट की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, ये उस समय की बात कर रहा हूँ जब लोगों को का विश्वास या मन उठने लग गया था, when people starting to get fed up or got confused with the rites and rituals. It is during that time when these religions started to emerge out. Now, please, I am not at all speaking against Hinduism. I am not speaking in favor of Buddhism or Jainism. I am teaching you ancient Indian history. Also, please do not take this in political way. If you are preparing for UPSC, you may have any political affiliation, but when you become an administrator, always remember you have to be apolitical or else your life will become hell.